and then we moved into Skyhook here, which was tough for everyone, but Atlas got the win. Any thoughts on this third and final circle?
Oh, I mean, it's just straight chaos right now. It's craziness. Caustic ults going out, Catalyst walls, jumping over the walls, just straight chaos right now. Atlas here.
Heavy check mark live online under the game Apex Legends. The uptime begins.
Right now. Playing time while the other two teams fight, it looks like. And then pushing over, trying to third party, and Atlas win it in the end. So I didn't see that until now.
It's been a really good day of matches so far, and at the end of it all right now we get a chance to take a look at the series results, with Passion UA just barely squeaking past Cybercats by 1 point right now to hold that first place spot. But in general, even like our top 6, top 7, top 10, I guess, really depending on how good people have when it comes to performances on Stormpoint. But in general, the theme in EMEA so far, Shiv, has been that it's a really close region right now in Split 2. So I kind of want to get your thoughts on. Been really exciting so far. Well, Shiv, the OG Bangalore, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us here during our halftime. Obviously, best of luck resting up, and I'm sure we'll be chatting with you again soon.
Yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
All right, we'll say bye to Shiv. We will also say bye to Gaskin, who gets to go take his break now that we are done with our halftime, which also means he's just very eager to leave. Which also means, Mark, that it's now time to start talking about Stormpoint. We've wrapped up our World's Edge matches. We're switching things on over to the new map. This could open up some opportunities for some of our teams that have struggled in the first half of the day.
Yeah, and of course, you got to talk about the POI draft again, right? If you had a bad pick on World's Edge, then usually you're going to have a good one when it comes to Stormpoint. And you're looking at the teams who managed to kind of amass a few points here and there on their weak POIs, on some zones that maybe wasn't going their way. And then you flip over, and in the back of your mind, you're like, hey, we're playing from one of the best POIs here on Stormpoint. We feel very confident with where we're going to drop. And speaking of which, I got to look at FaZe again, right? I've mentioned it already. They're landing at the mill. That is going to be first pick for them. One of the best POIs, great loot, great access to console. Any quick rotates that you can make with that trident, as well as hitting, of course, some Evo harvesters on your. This is their opportunity here to, I would say, capitalize on a pretty solid start from a bad POI. Really take control of this lobby.
I think I'm also going to be keeping my eyes on Game and Gladiators, who obviously have a better POI here on Stormpoint than they did in World's Edge, because they were the team that did really well last time these two groups faced off against each other. And like you mentioned at the top of the show, obviously that first day was the first time we were implementing this POI draft system, so maybe things were a little bit different, but I still have pretty high expectations for Game and Gladiators. Yeah, me too. I think they've had some fairly decent games, or certainly been in some pretty good positions in and around that sort of halfway mark when we get to that top 10 teams. Elsewhere, you're looking at Go Next. They're going to be dropping it over at the wall. They've been in, I would say, a similar story. Aurora, Devastated Coast is a little bit of a rough one for them when it comes to picks. They're right down the bottom there, but we know that Aurora made it work. I mean, Cenote is where they played from historically on this map, which, I mean, it's not going to be number one when it comes to picks a lot of the time, but you can see they're playing from the southern side of the map. They're going to have a lot of room to play with. And if you're either side of Aurora, for example, like Nessie, a coastal camp, then you're going to have your kind of head on a swivel, because they're not going to be afraid to push you. You got Cybercats next to them as well. So be aware of Aurora is usually a good rule of thumb when it comes to these lobbies. And then, of course, all of that combined with the decisions these teams are making, the rotations they're choosing, where the zones are going to be shifting, and favoring some of these squads. potentially we've seen a lot of central pulls over towards Jurassic and Pylon, so we'll see who that could benefit as well. And I'm excited to see how Stormpoint goes, because there is still a lot of points on the line to be grabbed by these teams that need to make some big moves.
Well, one team who's not going to be too happy with their POI is going to be Passion. They're dropping over at Trident. They have to be careful with North Pad Zone getting aggressive on them early, but they will have, of course, access to the Trident to shift around a little bit quicker once they do get that loot on board. One team to keep an eye on, I think, that's got a pretty good drop as well, is going to be Passion UA. If I wasn't mistaken, they're dropping somewhere on the center of the map, so they have some pretty good rotates, and I think point-wise have been decent access and central POI, then they're going to be in a really good spot playing from Cito.
I like that show. I like that show. We'll have to see how our teams do on this first match of the day, or at least first match here on Stormpoint, as we get into it straight on board with Atlas. And we'll get some of that zone information as well. Mentioned them when we got to see that flyover. Atlas is the squad that's going to be kicking things off over in Jurassic, so they'll be relatively utilize that to their advantage, as all these squads are going to start looking for that ring information.
Yeah, ring console going to be vital here, and hitting it as quickly as possible as well, because some teams are going to be thinking, hey, this is going maybe up towards Cascade and Wall, and it looks like that is exactly where we are going to be going, maybe even actually Trident, where Passion are going to be dropping towards those egg buildings. So a little bit of a rough zone if you're not there early. Not a lot of playable space, which is something which is fairly synonymous with the northern point, but this is a little bit of a rough one. And Passion, who, like we mentioned, in the POI, probably thinking, hey, this ain't too bad, this POI draft. I quite like it, to be honest with you.
I think you did that. I think you just blessed them a little bit with a little bit of good luck.
My PayPal is available for anyone who needs it. Don't worry.
Go Next, though, also will be pretty comfortable, and they were a team that we saw doing a good job on those World's Edge matches, positioning themselves well, getting into those final circles, and at least getting some KP on the board. So we'll have to see what they're able to do, considering that they could have the likes of players in Game and Gladiator starting to rotate towards them and try to see if they can go for the northern side of that zone. But you did mention Passion needs to at least take care and pay attention to Blacklist up at North Pad. And you can see a little bit of a scouting mission there on behalf of Passion as they're trying to figure out which direction these squads are coming through, which chokes they have to be paying attention to, as the Thurnal, Danish, Trojan, everybody moving in.
Yeah, a little bit of we'll say a poke battle going down at the moment over Elrod and Zeus Station. It's gaming gladiators and players who are politely waving at each other and letting each other know that they are in the vicinity. Looking at what information certain teams have got available, because these Zeus Station, I'm pretty sure they had a survey beacon to play with, if I'm not mistaken, just waiting for the players to play icons to move, so we can double check that for you. Elrod, you can see that they don't look like they have a huge amount themselves, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they play it. But I think the overriding story for me is this is a really rough zone for the southern teams, because historically we know that Stormpoint is a big hill, right? You're working your way uphill a lot of the time, and the fact that there's such little playable zone, and the fact that you've got to go through cascades where maybe some teams are going to be playing a little bit late without zone info, it's a really, really tough rotate to make. So I think teams like Aurora, Cybercats, if they can make their way towards the end zone here and somewhere involved in that top 10 and just getting any placement points, I think they'll be pretty happy considering where this zone is going.
Well, we're checking in with Danish right now, as they're surrounded by quite a few of those early rotating teams. Already all on blue and trying to utilize the smoke as they continue moving forward. They are taking a little bit of poke damage as they get down into those trenches and try to escape and start hunkering down. At least you can see just how many teams are already trying to look their direction.
I mean, this is a rough zone if you're not there early. It's as simple as that. That's why you see everybody who has the potential to get into zone early, making a play to get into zone early. Whether it's taking a fight, whether it's just evacing in, everybody's making a play at the moment, and that means that you're going to see this early scrap happen in and around the trenches, because when everyone arrives at the same time, it means that someone is not going to survive. Someone is going to get landed on. Someone is going to get thirded in this situation. And there's about 4 or 5 teams. You can see FaZe being one of them, Go Next being another, and Go Next look like they've already lost a player. FaZe are trying to chase down the final 2, but they can't overextend here because they'll give that spot away. With everyone arriving, it's going to be rough for them to try and take it back.
This is definitely the most early game chaos we've seen so far in our matches today, and FaZe do look hungry. You said they didn't want to overextend, but they also want to try and clean up this KP, maybe potentially anticipating the fact that it's going to be rough to hold anywhere in this area. You can see Nags, though, no shields. Arctic the farthest forward and trying to continue doing damage, but FaZe are a bit spread out, and now is the time when they decide to back off.
Yeah, a little bit of a kind of double-edged sword here, right? Because you're looking at FaZe and you're thinking, hey, they had a good spot, but they got that knock. And looking back on that situation, FaZe want to try and chase down those last 2 kills, probably because of the amount of traffic that just arrived in and around the spot they were holding. So they were like, okay, let's try and secure this KP, let's force this team away, and then let's try and move back to our spot and retake once maybe some of the damage has been done for us. So FaZe actually do make that play. They move back now. They will have to heal up, but they'll have to be careful. But this is the worry. Cinetic takes some damage, but at least on the Bangalore, he can get away, hit that smoke, and get reset.
The one benefit that FaZe does have right now is that if they at least play this northern side, they know that they won't have anybody at their backs, and they mostly have to worry about Go Next on one side, Blacklist on the other, but it's less congested than where everyone in the trenches currently is, so they might be able to back off, reset, and just kind of reassess how they want to handle moving forward. As we get to take a look at Nessie slowly making their way towards the zone and heading towards a choke that is about to be very filled with quite a few teams. So they're going to at least try and get those shields evoed up if they want to push through a potentially very hectic spot.
Yeah, this is a... In fact, there's so many teams already in and around Trident and the Eggs, so it's going to be tough for them. Na'Vi are going to find the same thing now as they move in from the west side. But Na'Vi historically have played these kind of zones in this kind of style, and they also have a Trident to play with, so they'll be able to hit the I should say they will eventually hold up, let me start this sentence when it gets a bit closer. Right. Henchmen will eventually be able to hit the survey beacon to get some info on where those teams are going to be going, and then with the Trident they will be able to boost into a spot if they see it.
So everybody's been there before, okay? It happens to everybody, and either way, they're at least going to get the information that they need. It might take them a little bit longer. They will have to keep their eyes open for GoNext, who are going to be looking to potentially gatekeep them, now pushing back into safety. And now we get to see what we've got going on here with Gaming Gladiators. They were one of the teams rotating in from the eastern side, now going up against Full English, as they're able to get a knock to open up this fight, and they do trade one in response. It's now a 2v2. Blast, 0 shields, looking to escape.
Look, they're doing a really good job actually to get that exchange when it came.
Pass by the time they make it out, so at least for now should be safe.
Yeah, they should be able to hit this Evo Harvester and all get out to red as well. You can see that Lifein's only got 216 Evo left until he levels up. So Full English are playing for the late game. I think they recognized pretty early that their access to this zone is pretty terrible. So they're going to play to make sure that they can fight their way in. Elsewhere, Nessie, oh, it's looking a bit shaky for them. Shots coming in from multiple angles from multiple teams, and the CJ already down. Noise is looking this damage.
Yeah, this would be a great opening fight here for Passion UA. Nessie, the first team out in our first Storm Point match, and Passion UA taking a little bit of damage in response, but able to back off to these rocks and use that Watson to kind of create a defensive perimeter here for themselves. I mean, it's like you've said a few times, this is a situation where if these squads know they're not going to be able to get anywhere late game, try and pick up some KP along the way and at least get some points on the board.
I was going to say for Passion UA on our screens, by the way, I'm coining in a phrase right here. This is a golden game opportunity for them. What I mean is, that's a golden game opportunity for them. What I mean is, that's a golden game opportunity for them. What I mean is, that's a golden game opportunity. Ever been ambushed by a cat?
I can't say that I have, no.
Have you ever been ambushed by a robotic cat? Ambushed by a cat?
I think that would be 10 times worse. I can't say that I have,
We'll find
no.
out if that's true. Have you ever been ambushed by a robotic cat? Ambushed by a cat?
I'm just lying in wait there at the Cybercats, listening for those footsteps and deciding how they want to handle this henchman rolling in.
just
cruising.
Bacon. It took him that long.
As soon as he gets there, though, they look the way of Cybercats, so they know that they're crouched there on that stairwell. Team's back in the trenches, though, still trying to keep themselves alive. Eternal on blue shields as they look straight ahead of them and need to try and at least fend off this squad. They opt to rotate away and create some more space for themselves, as there are quite a few teams clustered up on the western side that Eternal is currently holding, and this ring is about to collapse on them.
Well, I mentioned golden game opportunity for Passion. They are bang center in the zone. They are inside the two buildings and they're split holding it at the moment, so they are holding so much good ground. Everybody who's here at Storm Point will have to fight, and Na'Vi are finding it out for themselves. And here comes the pounce from the Cybercats. They get that first knock, and now they're looking for more as well. The scan's going to be here for Cleve. He's just spraying with that car, trying to get those final kills. Na'Vi have to drop down to the low ground, and there's multiple teams in the vicinity here of Checkpoint. Gaming Gladiators are here. Na'Vi down to just 1 or 2, I think, and Go Next are also in the vicinity, so everybody has to be careful, but all these teams are just playing for kills.
Might be their only option right now. Cybercats did a really good job of taking that engagement, even when their spot was no longer secret. Now Gaming Gladiators trying to clean it up, and I don't think that they've moved in quick enough. Cybercats able to look their way and kind of decide how they want to take this fight now. Gaming Gladiators looking for that information and seeing what they can maybe do with it, but right now it's a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, they have to fight. This is the difference, right? GG know they have to fight, and Cybercats holding them out makes it a little bit more difficult for them because they're just going to have to send it at some point. There's no way they're getting through that choke without being shot from above. You've seen an evac tower go down, 1 or 2 of those. I wonder if that's the final Na'Vi player who's trying to make a little bit of a play down on that low ground to escape all of this carnage and maybe find a rat spot in zone. But GG, you can see they're just being held up at the moment, and Cybercats and them, they need to fight, and they need to fight now.
You can see they're looking for a little bit of opening damage, maybe some sort of advantage that they could try to push, and they're just not finding it. Gaming Gladiators using those smokes to try and back off. They might be able to sneak through, though, with this wall. They are looking for Cybercats, who do take the balloon, though, and decide to fly straight in towards where Passion is holding. And that actually saves Gaming Gladiators in the process.
It does. I mean, GG stay alive and Cybercats stay alive as well, but there's a definition between a literal rock and a fence, which we can describe as the hard place, and they know they have to push this situation. However, they are taking damage. The caustic barrels are down. Apex Warlords will be eliminated in the meantime, as 4 teams are now out of the lobby, but Cybercats have somehow managed to take the bottom floor here, so it's a really good push, as also Aurora will fall. So we're down to 15. 5 squads have gone.
Really, really solid play on behalf of Cybercats to make the decision to not try and hold behind that wall and just have to make that aggressive move inside. It's going to pay off for them momentarily as Passion decides if they want to fight, but Passion is all on blue shield, so it won't be to their benefit if they do decide to make that move. Meanwhile, checking back in with FaZe, who's been on this northern side the entire time, trying to do some damage towards Go Next, who I believe are just a 2, so we'll have to see how FaZe Clan wants to handle this engagement. Why don't we jump into a listen in and see what they've got going on?
We fight. Okay, I'm coming.
Dead.
One more last, running away. He's in the eye. Just chill. One shot.
Dead.
Gonna get killed. Getting.
Nice. Go back. Behind.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab cells, okay?
Yeah, cells and heals.
Pour about. Let's hold.
Look on the rocks here, okay? We need to get like up there. No.
Not good. We're not good
anymore. The rocks from the front there. We have to kill right side. We're not gonna wrap this team and kill them.
Come.
They're blues. Yeah. Give me cells. They have blues on the far right.
I have 3 bats still.
I'm good. I'm
good. I'm good.
Just come to me. I didn't get the fan on my knock. We need to fucking...
You have ulting slow now?
I do.
Alright.
They're looking, they know.
Scan forward.
Okay. Drop in.
Fucking full team there, bro. Did we just kill them?
Yes. The car hit you.
I got fucked. I'm buddy. We're gonna have to kill him, bro. I banged the
Okay.
Okay. Can we go from left and fire them maybe? And
Can we just cut ball above them, and just shoot down?
Yeah.
there's another team on the left. There's another team on the left. They're gonna get shot. Yes. Don't. There's another team on the front.
One. Flash.
Get the kills.
On me. One of you.
One of me. Dead.
Dead. Can I walk forward, maybe?
Wait.
I'm walking forward.
Yep.
Yeah, we're
Scanning
going
forward. Scanning forward.
Look up. We need to kill left.
Okay.
Run it.
Open. Dead.
Dust him.
Spin.
Can we go?
Run up. Yeah. They're fine. Inside.
Heal. On me.
On you.
Fire.
Dead. On the left. Blue team. Blue. Oh, man.
90. Can't do anything more. That's good. Good game.
That's a good game. Good shot this.
Well, FaZe try their best to clear that right-hand side of the zone. They do a pretty damn good job of it as well, picking up a lot of KP, but eventually just one team too many to go through.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, so many squads were moving at the same time as well. They had the shield advantage over quite a few, and like you said, did get some good points. 3D Max, though, are the ones that end up clearing out FaZe finally and holding behind this rock for at least a limited amount of time, but there's still Eternal over to their side, trying to push into them, and at least this Jenny doing whatever it can to prevent the use of any of those nades coming in, but 3D Max will have to make a choice here soon and push up towards Eternal.
Yeah, it looks like 3D Max getting swung on from behind. I was about to say for a second, by the way, that Gen, I don't know how it didn't
One
eat that
viewer,
arc star. It hit
plus
through frag
one.
grenades, but I thought
Alarm
the arc was
clock
gonna get eaten as
21
well, but
minutes
3D
and
Max
42
might not be
seconds.
in a position where they're going to have much more of this game to play in a few seconds. Aimbot is last alive as we now find ourselves with just 7 teams left. Elsewhere inside of the zone, Cybercat still sharing the building with Passion. GG have moved up into the other building as well, as you can see on our map overhead. Eternal have a solo. 3D Max have a solo as well. Trojan still alive, and Full English as well, who we saw in Command Center last time, also alive, and they have the complete control of the northeastern side of the zone. They will have to move, but they're in a pretty good spot to make some plays here.
Looks like they want to see if they can maybe move in early and start to knock out some of these teams that have been holding one of the only safe buildings. They're right outside of Passion and Cybercats now as that bang ult comes through. Full English looking for anything, but no one is really poking their heads out right now, and you can see the shield advantage that Full English will have when everything starts to kick off.
Well, the 2 solos were taken care of by the lobby, so now it's just 4 teams alive, and GG probably in the best spot because 3 teams are stacked up on the building that they're looking at, and make that 4 teams, as now the Full English might get sent themselves. Angler Ult's going down as well, which is going to give them a little bit of time. Phoenix does have the ultimate on the Bloodhound available as well if he wants to use that to maybe send it onto one of the teams through some smoke, but at the moment they're just trying to hold the line. They're trying to make sure they don't get swamped.
They're doing a really good job zoning people away. They also do have their bang ult available if they want to use it or need to kind of keep anybody away from them making their way out of those doors. Trojan have somehow also moved into a corner, and they start pushing in with that EVA 8, take a lot of damage in response for it, now down to just 1, and they are barely holding on to life, not able to connect those shots. Full English go down the second. Trojan is also eliminated.
So we're down to 3 squads, and all of them are full. Passion, Cybercats, and GG. GG have the most space on the map at the moment, and Cybercats are taking a little bit of damage themselves, trying to pop those batteries, trying to get healthy once more. But there is that first knock coming in from 0-0. He manages to find one, and Cybercats, there might be a shield swap, but it's not the best one in the world, but it's enough to keep them alive in this game. Ranch is going to try and swing back in. He'll be taken down as well. Cleve last alive, but he is getting peppered by multiple teams.
How has Cleve held on for so long? Passion goes out. Game and Gladiators, like you said, had the best position, and they win match number 4 on Stormpoint. What chaos just went down in those final moments. Cleve had a sliver of health for what felt like an eternity while everybody else was fighting off to the side.
Yeah, GG just had the best spot there. You can see that I think at one point the 4 teams all collapsed on that building. The teams who are on the outside of zone are thinking, hey, we need to fight to try and take one of these floors, or at least the outside, and there was already someone there. So initially that fight breaks out. Those 2 teams take care of each other, but It was the send inside of the building just towards the end. Again, a team playing for second place, probably think we can get the KP here in a second, which just made it very, very simple for GG. But I mentioned, you know, golden game opportunity. Passion get inside of that top 3. They get some KP as well from a terrible POI pick. I think they'll be very, very happy to see that zone end in the way that it did. But more importantly, very, very happy that they got the points on the board that they should have from that POI drop.
Yeah, I think that was massive for Passion. They also had to deal with quite a few of those teams trying to push it and take their position, and did a really good job of not allowing that to happen, which was what we saw happen in some of our World's Edge matches with teams that had the zone work their way, specifically Full Lynx, when we were talking about what happened in the game at Stacks. So it's, you know, you get to see both sides of that coin with some of these teams.
I think FaZe played that zone really well as well. You know, they had, unfortunately, just too many teams to go through, but having got themselves into a situation where I would say approaching from the west side of that zone is pretty rough, especially if you're coming all the way from Mill, then you have to play for KP at some point. And getting into a decent placement with a lot of KP to go alongside it, again, is a pretty good game for them. And just shows the value of Mill even on a bad zone, because you can hit that trident, you can get to a fairly decent position and fairly good access to any zone across Storm Point. And then you obviously pick up those kills alongside it. I mean, look, 8 kills for FaZe. It's, you know, the 3rd most points in the lobby that they end up getting through those kills. At the top, of course, is going to be GG with 18. Cybercats just behind them, and Passion with that golden game advantage, like I say, they get the 9 points as well, which they'll be very, very happy with.
I mean, we see a lot of KP being spread out right now just due to the fact that everybody was clustered up together for so long. So some decent points on the board for a lot of our squads. To take a look at the second page, and even moving down, you see Forbidden there with 3, Danish able to pick up a couple, and then some of our squads who went out a little bit earlier not able to get the points that they were looking for. Notably, we had talked about Aurora, expecting more out of them and seeing what they could kind of bring to the table here today. This is a slower match for them.
Yeah, no points there for Aurora. It's something to talk about because of the fact that we didn't expect too much from them in that game. It's a very long distance for them to go to one of the most difficult to access zones on the entirety of Storm Point. As we look at some of the team comparison stats as well between number 1 and number 2 teams in that game, placement points obviously understandable, but it's kills and assists almost identical. You said GG obviously managed to shade it, maybe with that final battle that they did have to win the game, but across the board pretty even between the 2 teams.
We've seen some really impressive performances out of Cybercats, but did even mention the fact that GG have a better drop here on this map, and last time these groups faced off, they did well, so we were wondering what they'd bring to the table this time around. Clearly doing well for themselves here in match 4, and now we get to take a look at the series results and see what that means for everybody else. Cybercats still in first at 42, but GG right behind them at 40. Passion UA right behind that at 37. No one is letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, this is one of the closest overall leaderboards I've seen in quite some time, with just 2 games to go in the day. I mean, you're looking 20 points separating the top 10 essentially, and then 20 points separating the bottom 10. It really is a case of everybody who sat in the lobby right now is thinking, we win the next game, we are in a great position regardless of where you are. If you win 2 games in a row, you're probably going to win the thing. So a real opportunity here with 2 games to go for every single team to have a real good shout of some good points today.
All right, well, you said it. We still have 2 more matches left on the day here for EMEA. Before we get into that, though, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle Beaver is the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series. Goodness me. I was thinking about the scoreboards overall there as we came back in for a second, and I was kind of just going to go like, I don't think we've really had a closer leaderboard as I can remember for quite some time going into the final 2 games, and it made me say welcome instead of welcome. Anyway, what did you take away from that last game, Dan? Because it was a pretty carnage-filled one towards the end, but I think there's a few teams that have come away from it feeling very, very positive about those results.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see consistency from some of the top teams. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, Cybercats, Passion UA, they've all been in and around those final circles quite a few times now, but it's about coming away with a good amount of points. And the fact that all 3 of those teams I've just listed have now found a victory poises them all perfectly for these last 2 games to try and come away with a win throughout the overall standings. And for the Gaming Gladiators, who we had previously highlighted as winning an entire match day before without finding a map win, I think it's important that they were able to get one on the board.
Yeah, it certainly was an important one for them. Landed over a lightning rod for Storm Point as well, so they were able to wrap from the north side to get into a good spot for that end zone. Not I would say the most challenging of rotations. I'd say that's 5 out of 10. I would say 5 or 6 out of 10 for them when it comes to how far they had to travel to get into the zone, and also the angle that they were approaching it from. So good job for them to manage to convert an opportunity for them. Just a reminder, by the way, at the bottom, if you want to watch a little bit of Face It, you can do exactly that. Watch your favorite teams. Head over to fce.gg/watch ALGS if you're want to watch how GG play this next game as well and see if they can go back to back. But heading into these last 2, Dan, I said I was a little bit obsessing about the leaderboards. It's understandable why, right? 20 points separate, 40 points overall, I would say, almost separating the entire lobby with 2 games to go. You can get that. We've already seen 20-point games fairly consistently from the teams who win. So if you are right down at the bottom right now, you're probably thinking, hey, there's an opportunity for us here to do a little bit of magic, a little bit of magician work coming in, some I would say scoreboard gymnastics to try and jump up into first place.
And it is interesting that Cybercats, Gaming Gladiators, and Passion UA are all towards the top end of the leaderboards, because they are 3 of the teams who've got the top 5 POIs on Storm Point as well. They opted to pick Storm Point maps for their first pick rather than go for a World's Edge side, so they should now be benefiting as we moved over to Storm Point, but they were able to get good points on the board for World's Edge, which I think is the key factor here, and we'll have to see whether now they can really start to disrupt this lobby and maybe make a gap at the top, because yes, it is very tight, but there is starting to be a few teams now that are falling away from the rest of the pack.
Well, I was about to say, when I saw Zone 1 pop, I was like, this isn't the same zone, is it? And good news, everyone, it's not exactly the same zone whatsoever. We are about as central as you can possibly be on Storm Point. Have you ever seen a more equal Zone 2 than that?
Spotted near me.
That is close to being bang in the middle.
Isn't that like bang in the center?
I feel like I need to get my compass out. Not even a compass. What was it?
A ruler?
What did you used to know? You used to put like your pencil in it, and then it would like spin a little circle.
Yeah.
It is a compass? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You just want to put it dead in the center and then try and make a circle around and then see what happens. Wow. Well, we're probably going to be seeing a few teams that might prioritize Cascade Falls, just because there's playable space there. The buildings that Apex Warlords are also heading towards, we might see it shift to the east as well. Someone in production just said it's a protractor, not a compass. So I don't know what on earth we're both thinking about.
What can I say? Like, this is why we cast video games and aren't in charge of any kind of navigation or anything important in the world. But Apex Warlord, thank you, production, by the way, for keeping us honest. You can see Apex Warlord. I think that's where we're going to be looking to play for this end game. I don't think it's going to pull towards Jurassic, although I have been mistaken a few times on some of these zones that we have seen on Store Point. This is where I'm more expecting it to end, outside of these couple of buildings towards the riverside and those rock formations. So teams who are there early, like Apex Warlords, are going to be set up for quite a good time. FaZe Clan are also already inside a zone, and now all the way up at north towards Northpad, you can see Blacklist International take a little bit of damage early.
5th place at the moment as well for Blacklist International. They've had a few good circles to play with. I think that they benefited from their World's Edge drop. They're going to need something a little bit special, I feel, on Storm Point to try and keep up with the lobby leaders at the moment, but at least they're not too far away. So it's not like they have to chase particularly hard. Just need to have one pretty good game, and then suddenly they are going to be back within that question of, can we actually win today? But if they were to fall short here in match 5, that's when you start to say, okay, well, they're not really going to be able to catch anyone. But it's going to be a move from the north to the south. They could potentially go down through Command Center or just to the slight west of Command Center if they wanted to.
Yeah, just looking at this zone, this is I would say one that's a little bit better for edge teams. It's not one that has a lot of buildings in it. It's one where you can kind of level up your evos and fight. We are also seeing a little bit of a fight going downhill still at North Pad between the Eternal and Passion. It looks like Eternal did manage to get that first knock and finish onto 0-0. So your reward is not only a flyer box, but also there's a trident there for them to play with as well. So it looks like disengaging is Passion. They're going to try and escape and maybe think about a res a little bit later on. Not sure if they have those banners or not, but it looks like it's going to be Eternal who'll come out on top here at North Pad.
Yeah, and that means that actually Eternal will be the only team arriving from the northwest as well. Everyone's moved pretty fast as we now check in down towards Pylon, where there is a fight, and it's Na'Vi who are going to be taking this. It looks like they've done good initial damage, and they're carelessly pushing at the moment. They must have done a lot of damage to be able to take these angles.
I was going to say, it's almost reckless in the way that they're flying forward at the moment, but the difficulty, as we know, of pushing this POI is that you have the extreme height. So Cybercats, even though they are at an armor disadvantage, certainly, with 2 whites, they can just hold this high ground, and it's going to have to be a very coordinated push off of damage if Na'Vi want to try and make something of this. And I think if you're Na'Vi at the moment, you're thinking, we tried to take this fight to force them off of height to continue our rotate. Now that we haven't won it and got that knock, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for us to move through Pylon. So some decisions to be made for them how they want to approach it. But speaking of approaching it, here comes Nessie, and they're in a really good spot for the late game here.
Yeah, I'm curious where Nessie are going to go, whether they're just going to try and hold and make themselves big and play this open space or not. Now, all of the Pylon commotion that was happening has drawn attention of the one and only Aurora. They start to make their way from Launchpad. They have noticed that there was noise happening, and I think that Na'Vi, potentially losing a player here, have run away to just try and get back up to a full 3. No, they are a full 3. They've just decided to dip away from that fight completely, so Cybercat successfully hold them off and will now have Pylon for their own.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision for both teams, to be honest with you. Oh, we are seeing some kills come in here. Hold up, because Accident is hitting some really nice shots with that flatline. The gold mag is certainly going to help him just hold that trigger for a little bit longer as well. And even though they weren't able to convert on a forward team wipe, Trojan holding some good space here. A third-party opportunity broke out, and they were more than happy to take it. Speaking of fights, there's another one going down this building.
Yeah, this is a big fight for Blacklist International to win. If they're able to achieve this, they'll hold a pretty prominent position within the zone. But at the moment, they just can't quite find that correct angle. They were able to get the knock, but they need to try and press up on it. There's a res that's attempted, but not succeeded.
Really good damage coming in there from Hyaka as well. Moving past that pylon, and you would imagine that this should be a pretty comfortable, I was going to say, fight for them to finish off. But they've got to be careful. They don't have good angles here to play with. And the last thing you want to do is make this a 2v2. A couple of stray teams and players having a little poke through the doors as well, because this is one of the prior positions, and the opportunity to third party can never be passed up.
So many Watson fences, and you're asking yourself, is this our Watson fence? Is it their Watson fence? Where can I walk that is safe? Well, nowhere seems to be safe within that building, and it's going to get even worse because the Gaming Gladiators look like they're going to take a sniff, but they do not like what they smell, so they decide to just back off. But you can see the circle is going to be moving even closer to this building where Blacklist International are currently trying to siege.
Well, Jacko's moving in here. He sees some more damage. It's an easy cleanup onto Passion UA for him, and it's thanks to Blacklist International who keep putting this pain on from the outside of the building. It just makes life very, very comfortable for them. So we're going to see these kills go down, be converted, and it looks like finally the battle for the building is going to calm down for just a few moments here.
Now it means they hold center zone here, and you'd think as long as they can way off any pushes that come a little bit later, Blacklist International should be able to get towards the late game, if not even to the final 5. Other teams that have also found a position, Forbidden, if they can hold that area, they're going to be in a good spot. Trojan also, the remainder of them, they're going to be in a building that they can work with. The Gaming Gladiators did, for a short while, think about pushing up onto Blacklist International, but I think they realized the building they reside in is also a pretty aggressive one as well that can really pick up some kills, because when teams arrive from the north, which they would presume is going to happen, there is kills that can arrive to their front door, pretty much.
Elsewhere, you can see Aurora playing for every single piece of Evo they can get. One player is deep into the zone. Well, let's just say deep into the zone. He's in the zone. Picking up an Evo Harvester, also the access to Ring Console and Survey Beacon for them at Stormcatcher if they want to try and play for that as well to get the extra Evo. And they're going to be approaching from the south. This is kind of zone that I always see Aurora do extremely well on, because they're able to walk in late, play one of those chokes, and with the armor advantage, they win a fight. And then when the momentum and the adrenaline starts flowing through them, we know that they can take over and clear one side of the zone extremely easily. Elsewhere, GG, you mentioned, inside of Cascades at the moment. They're going to be safe for the next zone and the one after that. Just playing the height of the biggest building. And just playing, like you say, for those rotators in from the waterfall side and from the north. So GG in a really good spot here. Second overall, 40 points on the board. And they don't have to do as much as other teams in the lobby at the moment. They're playing a little bit slower.
Yeah, unless suddenly the others around them decide to pick up the pace and have a huge game, the Gaming Gladiators can confidently say at this point, we have an opportunity to win this match day. Even if we don't have a good game here, we are in the mix. And that's important going into match number 6 for sure. But they want to put themselves in the driving seat. You want to make sure you are number 1 going into it. As Na'Vi around Jurassic Park, after arriving late, remember, they were fighting against the Cybercats down at Pylon, but Na'Vi dipped back into the red. Now they're healthy as a 3 on purples, and now they are behind the Cybercats, griefing the Cybercats as they try and make their move through.
Well, Cybercats are trying to hold them out again. So they're saying, okay, Na'Vi, you want to do this again? You saw how it went the first time. Not the way you wanted. More than welcome to try that again, but it's probably not going to go the same way. Or probably is going to go the same way, excuse me. Why would they say it wouldn't go the same way? Trojan eliminated in the meantime, and Passion, if you'd have managed to get out, that's kind of the leftovers of the battle for the big building, so to speak. A lot of alliteration in that sentence, but that's the one that was center zone that we saw Blacklist International come out on top of. They're not out of it quite yet. Players just holding the top of the zip line at the moment. They know there's a couple of teams who might want to wrap in a little bit later on them. Some of those teams, like I mentioned, that was Solo from Passion. Danish might come this way as well. So they're just clearing their backs for now. It's always such a vital thing to do. So easy to just forget about that 1 player, 2 players who come up behind you, deal that damage, you get thirded, and then you're like, ah, we should have watched our backs.
That Solo from Passion should be able to escape the eyes of players, but might just run into Eternals a little bit later. As, oh my, that's a heavy zone shift. Blacklist International are going to be delighted with that one. This is the kind of circle I thought it was going to be, but I did not think it was going to be that much mountain coverage, which makes things very difficult for those who are not in the building that Blacklist International find themselves in at the moment. I do like the position of FaZe Clan right now, just for the fact that they could pick up some potential kills in that choke and they can play it for a while, but then getting into the next circle is going to be a concern for FaZe. So it's whether they move soon if they have the information, but I don't know if they do, as now Nessie trying to survive in this building.
Nessie taking damage. Noise is going to go down, so Xerath is going to get that first knock here for the Apex Warlords. And I think people are realizing that with the zone shifting in the way it is and teams arriving, his property becomes extremely higher value. Forbidden now, trying to swing it and finish off a little bit of damage. We haven't spoke too much about them today. Only 15 points on the board, but like we mentioned, with the scoreboard so tight, one big game for any team at the moment will completely change how your emotions are going to be at the end of this day. Nothing on the scans at the moment. No one to really peek. As we've seen, the buildings that were previously kind of split held by teams, all of a sudden people are just happy to take one floor. As the Apex Warlords still looking for more targets to try and find, but not too many. And you can see that FaZe is taking damage himself.
It's very messy here on the southeast side. Warlords, Forbidden, Cybercats, Atlas, and Nessie all so close in proximity, and if you allow one player to go down, you're so vulnerable to then a push potentially happening when people realize you're weak. So many Bloodhounds to give you that information as well. And the sad news is, for all of these teams, they will eventually realize they are not going to be in one of the better positions. It's just team upon team upon team right now.
This is one of the things about these buildings. Yeah, it's one of the only buildings in zone, and looking a little bit later on, we'll say the same, of course, about Blacklist International's building, but there's so many windows, so many difficult spots to try and hold teams off from firing from the outside in. Peeking doors, peeking windows, coming up the staircases. It's very difficult to make sure you're covering absolutely everything. And GG now made their move from Cascades to the building that we were talking about for quite some time. So GG have made the play here to try and take the building which they believe might win them the game.
They'd hope so, because at the moment it was Blacklist International were there, as I spoke about this position from FaZe, as they're able to get the wipe onto Na'Vi, arriving late, but now Danish coming in for the third party. And are we going to see a reset potential? No, FaZe do not get back up to a 4-3. Danish coming in at the right time.
Well, the Hipfire is going to take out FaZe. The final player will go down, so FaZe can hold once, but not twice. As we see Aurora now alongside GG trying to fight for this building one more time. We're going to jump into the comms now at GG as things are getting hectic.
Yeah, he's staircase.
Nice staircase, last. Chill. Don't die now. One die. Getting window.
I'm getting near everywhere.
I'm scanning.
He's below you.
Yeah, rest if you can.
Hold it. Hold stairs, like. I'm nading. Double nading. Resing. I have good res.
Yes, all that. Kill one team.
I'm weak as fuck. I'm on.
Look out, reinforce on me. Whenever you can.
I want everything.
Nice, really good.
You have traps on stairs, yeah? It's bad trap on stairs, bad trap.
Dropping ult tack on the ground.
Okay, I'm getting in my ult back. Defuse ulted.
Scan below you whenever you can.
Yeah, 1 second. Can we reset? Like, I need 2 seconds. Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Very slow. I'm popping 2 accelerators to get my ult back. Okay, this window.
Okay.
Window below us. Wait, window. Okay, the beginning window.
Ping it down.
I'm in.
Lying in the corner.
There might be another team, I don't know. I'm popping accelerant. Let me get my ult, please.
Scan whenever you can.
Yeah, 8 seconds. 8 seconds, 5 seconds. 5 seconds. I'm scanning now.
Stick with me.
I'm stuck. I'm good.
Okay.
Wait, I'm stuck. Stick the window on me.
Well, that was intense, and GG keep on pushing forward as well. Apex Warlords will be eliminated in the meantime as GG are taking over this game.
Yeah, Blacklist and International had this building for so long, but then GG arrived, then Aurora arrives, then Vex is there, then Cybercat's here. Everyone trying to take this building, everyone being aggressive, but the Gaming Gladiators are still shredding and targeting successfully. Blast finally goes down, though, and now they're just a 2.
Blast just overextended a little bit for that kill. You saw he thought he could get through the white knockdown shield quickly. The third player arrives and swings out to take him down, and now the game looks very, very different for them. Players eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere, on the outsides of the zone, on the edges of the zone, trying to force their way in now is going to be Forbidden. 12th place overall. We mentioned how one game could change their fortunes down. Maybe this is going to be it. They have complete control of the south side.
Yeah, they have it, but Danish are going to be right below them here, and they're more than happy to take this fight, but Danish get the knock, and that's going to be huge for them, because now they have the advantage. Forbidden have to push on this. They have to try and take advantage of the high ground, otherwise they're just going to get pushed by another squad.
I mean, the catwalk comes down as well. That's going to allow them to buy some time. You've got to force this. You've got to try and make a play, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Lexus is last alive now for the team. GG have gone down. Full English have gone down as well, and Forbidden will fall too. And here come the Cybercats, but no! All of a sudden, the Cybercats are falling over too.
Danish are on a madness. This hold is ridiculous. A last stand maybe for the Cybercats to do something here. You can see one remaining player as the Caustic, but he's going to be going up against a 2. And the Danish somehow still alive, but it surely ends here as Vex now come in as a final third party just to clean up all the pieces. And there's no way, right? No way that Danish do this again.
Hold on. One player to deal with. Finally, it looks like a couple of players will fall. Atlas will be eliminated in the meantime. Goodness me. Everybody wanted that spot. That's all I can take away from that. Everybody saw that as the opportunity for kills. And finally, we can catch our breath because that was outrageous.
Well, one member of Danish did survive. After all of that madness, a solo has escaped in the top 4. Center zone, as you mentioned, but Go Next Esports are the team that probably have the best position in the game right now. On this eastern side, they do spot out the final player from Danish, which now gets us into our final 3. Vex, Eternal, and Go Next Esports, but Go Next have the priority position for me.
They certainly do. They got to move last. They do have the cover of those rocks, but Eternal are feeling devious. They're feeling mischievous. And that devotion is going to allow them to execute on those emotions perfectly should the opportunity rise. They also, Eternal, they've got full reds as well. Tyler's got himself a turbocharged. Excuse me, one of them had a turbocharged habit if I wasn't mistaken as well. And they got all the loot you could possibly ask for thanks to the graveyard that this building became. Shields wants to play with as well. There's a look at your map overhead. Everybody has their own third of the zone right now.
Go Next have the most space. Vex are kind of forced back a little bit. Eternal also going to have to all dart out probably the same direction. Also, credit to Tyler, of course, making the move, being on Eternal now for the first time this week. We've seen Tyler on a few different rosters here or there. Still has now V in his name. but playing for Eternal and finds himself in the top 3 with a chance to send Eternal into the top 10 in the overalls and maybe a little bit further if they can find a victory here.
Well, now we're looking at the utility, right? You're looking at nades, you're looking at who has ultimates available, and you imagine with the amount of time that has gone past that most teams should be back up to a position where with some ult excels and a little bit of jiggery pokery, they should have those ultimates available as well. The one issue here for Go Next Esports is the bang ults, because they don't have that cover of the roof. They might be in a position where they take some damage, and you never know who's going to swing off that damage. Eternal with those red evos may be able to put themselves in a position where they think we can do enough damage and sweep on it quickly to then take our next fight as well.
So Vex are in 7th, Go Next are in 8th, and Eternal are in 10th. So all 3 of these teams need a win to try and catch the leaders here. But for me, yes, Go Next are vulnerable to the bang ult, but they do have a lot of space, a lot of coverage. My worry for them is if the likes of Eternal decide to full send, if they overextend even slightly here, if Kai just shows a little bit too much, Eternal might just jump on and try and isolate.
One thing they do have is some amazing hit glitches to play with. You can see that nobody is showing more than a forehead, so to speak, for Go Next. Now you're going to see the utility start to be called in. Zone is closing. The teams will be forced to fight. Scan's going to come in here, which is going to give away the position of Vex here for Eternal. Go Next trying to make themselves as big as possible. You would say down in the armor advantage, but who is going to be the team who has to engage first? Go Next's cover is starting to disappear a little bit on this zone close.
Oh, Eternal thinking about pushing out towards Go Next. Go Next need to be hammering them here. They need to be putting some presence down to not allow Eternal to get past this door, but they've allowed Eternal out, and now Eternal, their only play here really is to push on to Go Next.
Take a little bit of damage. Also, one thing to note is that you do have the cat walls as well, so Go Next can survive a little bit longer. Is that cat wall going to buy them enough time to force Vex and Eternal to have to engage first? Nades being exchanged, damage being exchanged, but not in a way which is a significant contributor. But maybe Go Next now do have enough time to capitalize, because Eternal are being pushed by Vex. They want to try and take on part. Tyler's trying to do what he can, but they will fall. Eternal will fall, and Go Next will win it. They bought just enough time to force the other 2 teams into each other. That cat wall was vital for them.
I think Go Next benefited from 2 teams who were hesitant to really do anything. Eternal, when they get out of that doorway there, they just have to do something with it. They've been given a ticket to win the game, and they don't take it. Instead, they play very passive. They get the cat wall up, and they say maybe the other team will come out a little bit quicker, and they will fight instead. It was almost a final circle of everyone hoping that they wouldn't be the first team to fight rather than anyone really taking the initiative, and that is always going to benefit the team that has the most space, and that was Go Next.
Yeah, one good thing for Go Next there is I think they might have been able to force the 2 teams together as they left those buildings because of the wide angle. Next go, hey, we've got a cat wall as well, so we can just add another teams that are fighting. And again, that time that is bought is why you're seeing Catalyst come back as in such a strong way for some of these teams. The time it buys you in those final zones when teams are so close to each other can be the difference between a 3rd and a 1st place finish.
Yeah, and I think the difference could be what changes where you are in the leaderboard, right? It could be you not get playoffs at the end of all of this, and that's how close everything is in this region and in all regions, to be honest. How many times have we sent a team to playoffs with only a point difference to someone else? It can all matter when it comes down to things at the end. But we can look at the match results and see just how many points all these teams were able to achieve, Mark, because there was good amount of kills that were able to be found.
They certainly were indeed, and one team that got a lot of those is a team who comes out of the lobby with the highest points total, and that is going to be Vex in 2nd place. 10 kills they managed to pick up to give them 19 points overall thanks to their 2nd place finish. Go Next, of course, with the win. Not as many kills, but still some decent amount to go alongside the 12 placement points. But I think the top of the leaderboard is going to be pretty kill heavy here because of the carnage that we saw in and around that final zone building. The bottom half I'm expecting to be a little bit more quiet, and Gaming Gladiators as well, they still put 7 points on the board, but it's Blacklist International who did have that building, I would say, as first priority. They got 4 kills, but weren't able to hold off the just constant, I would say, flood of teams who are like, we need to get this building.
Yeah, we dipped away just as Blacklist International got pushed by a few teams, I think. And that's one of the difficulties when you get a circle like that with such little playable space. Everyone kind of makes the move at the same time. As soon as there's commotion that you can use it as a distraction, that's when everyone says, okay, let's go now. But then sadly, there's going to be 4 or 5 teams doing exactly the same thing. Now, the biggest thing I'm taking away from seeing those series standings or those standings from that game is that will play into Cybercats and Gaming Gladiators to take the lead in the series standings, as we can look at the stats for the top 3 here.
Yeah, no surprise to see the amount of damage that came in from Vex. They had the most kills in the lobby, 14 assists, so all shooting together as well, really making sure that they were focused and their comms were good enough to make sure they were focusing on those right targets to convert them into kills themselves. But Eternal as well, some decent KP to go alongside their placement points as well. And like you mentioned, there's going to be a couple of teams who are going to be happy with how this leaderboard has gone. As we take a look at the overalls, it is all tied up on points. GG have a couple more kills, but more placement points in the hands of Cybercats.
Yeah, and it's not out of the realms of possibility for Passion UA and for Go Next and for Trojan, Vex, Atlas, Blacklist International. Everyone's still within touching distance of the top 2, but they would have to see either Cybercats or Gaming Gladiators be eliminated early here in match 6. We've got our front runners now, but can any of them just get
right of the top 4, potentially winning the whole day or finishing maybe inside of that top 10. So a lot still on the line here as we head into our final game. Before we get there, we're going to jump into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. This last game is going to be a banger. Welcome back to the ALGS, everybody, and this is the perfect setup for a Game 6. Everybody is so close to calling themselves the winners of today. Anyone inside of that top 8, maybe even top 10 with a remarkable performance still has an opportunity to win this, and you can even extend that down to the teams that are in 11th, down to 20th. The opportunity for them to jump up, get some points on the board is all here as we head into match 6 of Storm Point. Just remind us where the standings are at the moment, who's in the lead, and what the chasing pack are.
The Cybercats and the Gaming Gladiators are our 2 teams who have a real opportunity and the realist opportunity of winning here in match 6 on Storm Point. But you've got Passion UA, Go Next, Trojan, Vex, Atlas, and Blacklist International, all still with a chance of getting into that first position if they were to win this game and maybe see the Cybercats or Gaming Gladiators eliminated a little bit earlier. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Everyone within that top 8 still has a shot, but you'd probably be banking on one of those top teams going out early.
Yeah, it's very true. You would imagine that one will fall of the leaders, so to speak. It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. It is set up so beautifully here in EMEA for this final game, and we hope you're enjoying the games at home as well, because trust me, Dan and I are having a great time. I don't usually want to speak to you, Dan, but or speak to you.
You want to speak to me?
Oh, I mean, the truth comes out, right?
Oh, no.
Speak for you. but I'm pretty confident in saying that you're having a great time as well.
An absolute...
Until maybe that last sentence.
worldie of a time, until I realize one of my best friends hates me, but that's okay. I'll just cry myself to sleep. Yeah, it's going to be a game now where we will be keeping an eye on the top 2, but the fact there is that chance of any of these teams in the top 8 still winning it means it's a difficult position to be in if you're one of the top 2 teams, right? Because yes, you're competing with one of the front runners, but you also have to be aware of the chasing pack and know that you can't just have an average game and toddle along. Because even if the Gaming Gladiators were to see the Cybercats eliminated early here, they still have to have a solid game. Otherwise, it opens up the door for one of these teams to take first away from them.
Well, lock it in, everyone, wherever you are around the world. We're happy that you're watching, of course. And like I mentioned previously, we hope you're enjoying the games. And it does not get any tighter and more exciting than a Game 6 where genuinely you're not quite sure how those final leaderboards are going to look. We're going to start off with Go Next, the winners of game number 5, who have now jumped up into 4th place overall and have a genuine shot at maybe stealing this thing away.
Yeah, that would be it. It would be stealing at this point, wouldn't it? With how the Cybercats and the Gaming Gladiators have performed today, if anyone else was to win, it would feel like it would be a robbery from one of these 2 squads. But Cybercats probably been my favorite team of the day, purely for their kind of deference from the meta and changing things a little bit. This is probably the closest to a meta team that we've seen from them now.
I was going to say, you look at the composition, it's like, oh, wait. We're talking about World's Edge, everyone, all right? Okay, just bear with us. We saw some Pathfinder earlier. We saw a little bit of Mad Maggie. We were loving what we were seeing, but we would say maybe Storm Point forces your hand a little bit more when it comes to the composition, needing that Bangalore just to travel across. And hey, look at that. We had a North Zone. We had the most central zone of all time. And now we are going down to the south as well. So a good spread of zones here today in the EMEA region. And good news for the likes of Cybercats, who are going to be very, very happy to see that zone pop.
Yeah, and just looking at this zone and any similarities to what we had in previous weeks, you've always got to bank on it potentially going down towards Echo when it's a zone like this, like the Echo and Devastated Coast in the surrounding areas there as it continues to pull to the southeast. There have been times where it pulls up to the choke point to the east of Pylon as well, so maybe a team will bank on that if they're one of the later rotators, but I guess Forbidden will give us a good idea of how they're feeling, because dropping at Pylon, they've got a ring console, they'll be one of the first movers, and you can see an evac tower's just gone down for Forbidden, so they think this is going to be a full southeast pull.
By the way, Later Rotators sounds like a Metallica song, and I'm here for it. Anyway, Forbidden are making that Later Rotator. Yeah! Anyway, that's my James Hetfield. Forbidden making that move, like you say. Things are getting weird in game number 6. Aurora also making their move as well. You can see from Devastated Coast, they made a pretty quick transition, I would say, to get not only the ring console, but the survey beacon as well. So they're going to be on a guaranteed blues, almost purples, by the time that they leave. And you can see already some fights breaking out, because in game number 6, prio position, if you get it and you win the fight for it, then you could be the ones who are walking away today in first place.
So Aurora in Devastated Coast, and they're starting to see everyone arrive, so they know full well where this zone is going to be going, even without any console information, because they don't have the legends to do so. They're going to be saying, all right, well, we can see where everyone is coming from. Maybe we just stick with our position now because everyone seems to be coming to us. It may be the zone that finishes just slightly north of Echo in that little cranny by the mountainside where eventually the circle takes a lot of the mountain. And at the moment, Nessie find themselves in that exact position. But elsewhere, people are trying to make their rotations and Go Next and players both in the same area.
Yeah, players are chasing them down, and you can see the Go Next maybe thinking about, hey, we've got time to do the Prowlers here. This is going to be a slow rotate for us all the way to the south. Well, players are right behind them, and they are trying to be aggressive and force them off of this position. So players kind of forced the hand here of Go Next. Some shots from distance, but no real damage done. No knocks coming in. You can see that everyone is still pretty healthy. So Go Next decide, and Kashira will decide for his team. Follow me, boys. We're going this way.
Yeah, and Go Next, you know, one of those teams who could certainly win this entire thing. They're 9 points behind first at the moment. So even if you were to see Cybercats get into the top 5, if we saw Go Next win with a good amount of kills, they could still topple. So it's not like they have to see Cybercats or Gaming Gladiators eliminated early, but they just would need to be having a bigger game if that were to go their way. But Kashira and Go Next Esports have certainly been a pleasure to watch so far in this split, and Kashira wants to really make his impact once more, right? He didn't make it to Split 1, and that was the first time that Kashira has been on the back end of not qualifying for a LAN, and he certainly felt that pain.
Yeah, you can see he had a torrid time when it came to teams last split, and I think this, like you say, it's kind of a redemption arc for him. He's the closest that Europe have ever come to, of course, winning a ALGS LAN. So close in that famous moment against TSM, but that didn't go their way. The last split didn't go their way either. Maybe it's Kishira's time in split 2 here of the ALGS. Elsewhere, you can see some shots coming in. Passion UA, they're trying to find their way into a little spot to play as well. It's a evac tower into the unknown, but a playable spot for now, but they've got to try and progress from here.
Well, do they have to progress? Because Passion UA actually...
It seems rotating on that hill. I'm worried for him.
I'd be concerned as well, but it is where that zone can finish. So as long as they can create enough space and make themselves big, it's potentially winnable, but it is an early commitment for sure. As now, speaking of committing, Go Next committing to this fight.
Go Next now forced into their second fight of the day. Kishira going to take a little bit too much damage on the cross here. A little bit of hip fire, but the Havoc is good. It's going to be Kai who exchanges the damage. So we have a 2v2 inside of Command Center here between Blacklist International and Go Next Esports. Arcstar's going to go in here from Kai to try and force that team away. Kishira has found himself in a safe position as well. And it looks like he's going to maybe think about swinging on this res, but no. Unfortunately for him, doesn't make contact, and therefore it looks like a full reset coming in for both teams.
Yeah, a res for res, a chance to get those bats off and reconsider here. Is this fight worth it? Do we think it is isolated? Have we heard another team? Well, there's the scan. It is another team. There are 3 teams here. Blacklist International, Go Next, and players all in the same area.
Yeah, they're just waiting for knocks. You can see at the moment players are just watching, standing still, and they're looking to the top right of their screen, seeing if the kill feed's going to light up. Elsewhere, you can see the Na'Vi, they're having a fight right now. Good spray coming in from Kinda. Matafe gets another knock as well, so it's only 1 left alive here on the other side of this little scrap that's going down, and you would imagine that Na'Vi should be able to hold this position pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Na'Vi hold, Nessie are nearby. Aurora also still holding their devastated coast position. And then you've got all the teams that are to the west. You've got FaZe, you've got Cybercats, and you've got Passion UA as the circle is trending south now. So the position that Passion UA found themselves in that little cranny just to the south of the mountain, they will be in one of the more desirable positions when they get to the end game, but are they there just a little bit too early? That's always the biggest question. If they don't have the composition to hold that area, other teams might take it away from them.
That is officially now the official name of that spot.
It's just called the Cranny. All right.
The Cranny, which I want to see pop up in-game within a week, devs. You've got a week, 7 days. I'm generous like that. GG, now they're being forced to move forward thanks to the zone closing behind them. Bangor's going to go down to try and stop their progress a little bit here. Full English is going to be in front of them. Trojan are trying to wrap behind them as well. Although it's not going to be a zone wrap, so they will be pretty safe. They've got the mountain to kind of divide the 2 teams. But GG in second place at the moment. And this is a real test for them here. These are the kind of fights where you look at them, and if you come out on top of them and find a spot to play, then these can be the ones you look back on at the end of the day, say, this is the fight that's won us this game.
It's the Full English who have lost Dell. And sadly, I think that means they'll probably lose their entire team if they're not careful, because Gaming Gladiators are going to continue to push. Nessie are on the other side. Trojan also in the area. As all these teams that were around Devastated Coast are going to have to continue to move down towards Echo HQ, and it is such a horrible zone to try and play if you thought it was going to pull anywhere else, because there is so much of the circle covered by the mountain. So anyone who is north of it is going to have to try and go over the top, as Dell will eventually get finished off. And now Gaming Gladiators still hold first position, 48 points. They're only 1 point ahead of the Cybercats, though.
Nessie fully eliminated. They were the first team to fall out of the lobby. Another slow, quiet day for our friend Graceful, unfortunately. But he's a man of many talents, as we know, and I'm sure they'll bounce back in the next game day. Na'Vi now trying to wrap from the southern side. Trying to poke up, see if they can get a little bit of damage on some of these teams who are very, very close to them. It actually looks like they bought themselves a little bit of space here. So from the Broken Armory they were in a few moments ago, they can play this hill for quite some time, Na'Vi, until we do see that more violent pull down towards the south. By the way, Cybercats still in priority position. This is a great zone for them. We mentioned it at the start as far as priority is concerned, and it's looking like it could be a
teams that were also in the surrounding areas, but it's Gaming Gladiators who are kind of finding kills, finding KP at the moment to really push the narrative of we want to be winning this game, we want to be aggressive, we want to try and create a gap against the Cybercats. Only 2 squads have been eliminated, and Gaming Gladiators have played a part in those eliminations, and it looks like they might play another part in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be Aurora trying to escape at the moment. They do manage to get into a position where maybe they'll be able to put the res, but look at that cheeky little angle. threading the needle with those bullets. Aurora will be eliminated, but it's thanks to shots coming in from Na'Vi as well as Lufka here on GG. So they don't get all of the KP, but some is good, and the space is even better for them to play with. Now, what's the next move for them? Where is that zone going to pull? I think a lot of teams are waiting with bated breath, but they're in still a pretty good spot at the moment. Danish have got a really interesting wrap as well, by the way, on where this zone is going to be going from the south side. But it's such a difficult cross to make from that low ground.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if this pulls anywhere else than south. If it goes southeast to where Na'Vi are, they'll be delighted, but I'm not sure we'll see a shift like that. So that means that Na'Vi, Trojan, Gaming Gladiators, Forbidden, Apex Warlords, they all have to move. Trojan, they take a lot of damage, but they're okay for now. The bad thing for Trojan is they might think they are the furthest team back, but they have to be careful because Go Next Esports are arriving from behind.
A little bit of damage from the bang ult, but not a huge amount for them. And in 2 seconds time, we are going to see that zone shift. And the information will be given to teams who don't have a ring console that we're going down towards Echo HQ. Now, you mentioned the cranny, Dan. Well, the cranny is where we end this game. Passion UA, like you said, slam into that position, and that is where the zone is going to be closing. So an opportunity for them maybe to pull off somewhat of an upset today with a little bit of a late game rally, a late series rally, I should say, after their performance here on Stormpoint. Go Next, though. They'll be trying to change that narrative themselves a little bit here as we change between our 4th place team and our 5th place team. It is so close, and every KP that goes down, I swear that the overall standings of the team is changing every time as well.
So Passion UA safely in the cranny for now. I'd like to get a look at Passion UA for a second just to double check their composition and how easily they're going to be able to hold that position. But for now, Gaming Gladiators are still in first. They're still being aggressive. They're still looking for KP. Trojan is the next team in their sightlines, but Go Next Esports from behind will catch out the Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, Lufka just got absolutely destroyed, absolutely eliminated. He's just in little pieces. You have to put him back together. He's like a jigsaw puzzle. And Light now has to try and play this one out as a solo. Blacklist International will be eliminated, and you said it, Dan. You have to be careful of the late rotate coming in from Go Next Esports, and they did not take care of their backs.
And it now sends Go Next Esports not only into 3rd position, but now you've got to imagine it's going to be tough for Gaming Gladiators to get any more points on the board apart from just ratting out for placement, which will allow Go Next to catch up, but also hand the initiative over for Cybercats to maybe win this entire day. But you've also got to remember Passion UA still within an opportunity in prime position to win this game. 3D Max eliminated, 15 squads now remain.
Go Next still have to fight their way forward, though. You can see they're taking damage. A lot of players still in and around this vicinity. Light is still alive, by the way, for GG, but doesn't have any shields to play with for now, and it looks like he's going to be chased down as well. So a lot of teams are going to have to leave in a few moments' time. Trojan will be safe-ish, but playing up on that hill is so dangerous, trying to kind of work your way towards Echo. However, there's the solo again, and Light is causing all sorts of problems here for Trojan. He gets a knock.
That is big from Light, but is it going to end up going his way? No, it will not. Trojan, they get the kill, and yes, okay, they've lost one. Light went out with a bang, but are Gaming Gladiators now handing over the victory to potentially Cybercats or Passion UA? Cybercats only 1 point behind them. By the way, Passion UA are playing with a Watson, so the position they hold right now is going to be a comfortable one. As speaking of comfortable, it is everything but for Kashira and Go Next.
Well, Go Next Esports, they managed to take down the final pieces of Trojan, but like you say, Kashira is on his back for now. Will they be able to get the res? That's the question. Also, the zone is going to be closing behind them as well pretty soon. And this building, well, there's not many walls, so it's a pretty horrible place to have to hold. You can see Arcstars flying in towards Slab. Players eliminated in the meantime. Shots coming down from above as well, and Go Next are in shambles.
Go Next, they're on the brink of being eliminated and on the brink to maybe handing over the victory to either Cybercats or Passion UA in the overall standings, but there is still an opportunity to rat as Kai gets as quiet as he can and hopes that maybe he can escape. But the Apex Warlords and Forbidden are both surrounding him. Elsewhere, Na'Vi, they're going to be dancing their way out of this position because they're a little bit concerned of all the teams that are above them.
Thermal leave using that cow wall. Cybercats now inside of this building. The game is in their hands, right? They had the God spot. They had the POI that they dropped at. They had the zone come to them. But now the zone has shifted north and there's traffic in front of them to deal with. Go Next Esports will be eliminated, so the final player is taken out. Now the move coming in for a potential third party as they try and take this little place, and Cybercats have lost one. And most importantly for them is the caustic that goes down as well. So now they don't have the barrels to get down to stop this push coming in. They're sending it. A third eliminated in the meantime. Cybercats need to win this to keep their hopes and dreams alive of winning today. And instead they play for some KP. Cybercats now down to 1. Ranches trying to survive, trying to dive, trying to dodge, trying to do what it can. But Cybercats, they will fall. And that opens the door for everyone else in this lobby.
Well, it opens the door for Passion UA. More importantly, they're the team in third place. They're the team who holds center zone. But another squad who are also in the question are Vex, but they've just lost one. And did Passion UA notice them? That's the question. Look at all those Watson fences. Passion UA perfectly zoning this area, predicting where this zone is going to go. And now Vex go down. More points for Passion UA as we only have 6 squads left.
And Strafey has a Kraber as well, by the way. The Ukrainian who has been through a lot recently. He's looking to put some good vibes towards his team. It was great to see him, of course, at the Split 1 playoffs. They're looking to make it to the Split 2 as well. And with a game day win, there's no better opportunity. Atlas will fall as well. Strafey flies in. It's another kill for Passion UA. They move up to second.
They're only 1 point behind the Cybercats now. They're into the top 3. They hold prime position. They need to win this fight. If they do win this fight, the likelihood is they will win the entire day here on set.
3 squads remaining, and they move into first position. FaZe Clan will be eliminated, so Passion UA make a huge late-game rally. Sanyu will fall with 2 bullets left in a Kraber. Strafey might have an opportunity here to do something a little bit special towards the end of this game. He reloads, and now he's got a few more to play with.
It's Na'Vi on the other side, and Na'Vi now with the advantage to win this game, but it's going to be all about Passion UA here.
Passion UA, unfortunately, will fall. Na'Vi will win the game, but the story belongs to Passion. They managed to get the job done. They will win the day, you would imagine, by going into that first place. With the kills they managed to put alongside the second place. Then even though Na'Vi might be smiling at the end of play today with that final game win, it's going to be the series smiles that are shared by Passion UA. A phenomenal performance, Dan. And in that final moment, you just felt like they were taking over.
Yeah, Na'Vi, who send themselves into the top 8 in the overall standings, so that does jump them up, and that will be important points when we look at the overall standings to get to playoffs, of course. But the position from Passion UA, it's a difficult place to hold. Nessie actually opted not to hold that spot in the cranny, but they didn't really have the composition to do so. The fact that Passion UA had the Watson meant they could create space, they could zone other teams out, and they could hold it for as long as possible. Sure, it didn't get them the win, but it got them enough points to out-survive the likes of Cybercats and Gaming Gladiators to take the victory here in the match day.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them. Cybercats will be looking back on that game, though. They'll be kicking themselves knowing that they had such good prio to that zone and just weren't able to convert. One player gets picked off, and before you know it, the whole team will fall inside Echo. So an amazing day, I will say. A really, really competitive lobby today. Every single kill mattered, and we saw that in that final game. Every single kill was what totaled up to Passion UA managing to take it home today, Dan. But I mean, you got to say that their performance to hold that position for so long is one of the best of the day when I think it comes to games. And let's just remember, by the way, their drop spot on this map was, if I'm not mistaken, one of the last picks, if I'm not mistaken, on Storm Point. I might stand corrected on that. We'll double check it quickly, but it was Passion UA. Where were we? Quickly look through. Sorry about this, everyone. We'll get there eventually. Passion UA. I am not reading this properly. Geyser. No, Epicenter. Oh my god, the wrong map.
Wrong map.
Do you know what? We'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. It's not important. Match results are coming, everybody. We'll get you that information once I can read.
Well, 26 points for Na'Vi, but it wasn't enough to get them in the conversation of winning the entire thing. Also, I'm sorry, Mark, I closed the tab as the game ended, and that's my bad.
It's my fault, because they actually dropped Cito, didn't they? They dropped center map. I was thinking about Passion. This is the problem with having Passion and Passion UA in the lobby, everyone.
Yeah, that's
very
two
confusing.
Teams, very similar names. 17 points, though, for Passion UA, which was enough to send them into first place. We did say that the leaders were Gaming Gladiators and Cybercats, but if we saw early eliminations, it would open the door to one of the teams in the top 8, and Gaming Gladiators did go down pretty early. Cybercats did go down fairly early, and Passion UA take full advantage of it.
They certainly do indeed. And Na'Vi with a really big win, though, to end the day. It was a little bit of a quiet one up until that point, but that will shoot them up those leaderboards. Nessie and the Full English, that was kind of the story of today. And you would say pretty similar to Aurora. Again, a little bit of a quiet one for Aurora, maybe struggling to adapt to some of these POIs and the way that the lobbies are playing out. But GG, they'll look back on that moment and say, who was watching our back? As one of them just got absolutely blasted by Go Next.
Yeah, Go Next, they had that strategy of arriving late and they were rewarded for it, but sadly couldn't continue to put themselves into the top conversation. Lauren, you're obviously watching that one from the wings, and it was an interesting game to say the least. What a performance from Passion UA.
And talk about the timing of it all too. I know you guys mentioned it, but right at the end to have such a pop-off performance like that, when we saw all day how close our top literally like 9 was, only separated by one good performance like what we just saw Passion UA have. I mean, it was when it needed to happen, and it was that exclamation point, I think, on the end of their day. So really, really strong performance for them. I'm interested to see what the final overall points are for everybody. Like, just obviously Passion UA looking pretty comfy now, but I kind of want to see where everybody else shook out as well after the last match, because in general, it was a really tight competition all day, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, it's one of the closest days of action, I think. We saw so I'd love to track how many actual position changes there were in that final game, because it's probably a record when it comes to the ALGS. We saw teams jumping up and down. One kill would make the difference between 4th and 5th. All of these things rolled into one of the most exciting end games we've had in quite some time, and one of the most exciting series that we've had in some time. But it is, of course, Passion UA who managed to be the one sort of standing final.
Yeah, EMEA has really been bringing it so far in Split 2. Let's take a look back at our final circles, though, do a little bit of a recap for everything that went down on Storm Point. And to kick things off, obviously, the very first match of the day, one that Mark and myself got to do here. And this was all about Gaming Gladiators. Mark even said it when we were looking at their position towards the end, because everybody else was just stacked in this building across from them. And when they made their push in, they did it really well. They had some nice off angles. They were able to pick people off as they were moving around. And it was theirs no matter what way you cut it. But also, want to shout out Cleve, because we watched Cleve survive with a shred of health for so long to get Cybercats that second place. That at the end of the day, this was a strong performance from both teams. But GG, we mentioned heading into Storm Point, better drop, better POI. A team that did well the first time they faced off, they do well again there.
They certainly did indeed. And then as we move through the games as well, this game was will be remembered as everybody really wanted to play this building. I would say it, because everybody fought for around 60 seconds, almost 2 minutes in and around this building towards sort of the latter part of this game. And it's the Eternal who finally managed to get control of it, but getting control of it wasn't enough for them to get the win. It is the Catalyst walls that went down that bought Go Next enough time to allow them to engage last. And as we always know, it's the fable of Apex Legends, right? It's the truth when it comes to end games. If it's a 3v3v3, if you fight last, you're usually gonna win.
Really nice finish here as well for yet another different team. That's something we mentioned heading into Storm Point as well. Lots of variety. But Dan, when we head to match 6, obviously we just got to watch it happen. But those final moments were pretty fun.
Yeah, and I was having the conversation with Onset right from when we saw the zone happen, that the little cranny that Passion UA found themselves in could be where the zone was pulling. A lot of teams didn't want to hold that spot because they didn't have the composition to do so, but Passion UA having the Watson allowed them to take the space. Yes, they didn't find the victory. It was actually Na'Vi arriving late from the east, just like Gandalf, were able to win and send themselves into the top 8. But Passion UA get the job done with the amount of points they put on the board. I thought maybe there was going to be something special with the Kraber. You always hope that there's going to be that highlight reel, but Strafey just couldn't quite get that shot to allow his team to try and find anything in this final moment. But it does mean that Passion UA will be the winners here today, and there is that confirmation. They do it by 3 points over the Cybercats, and the Gaming Gladiators fall in 3rd.
I mean, it's still some very close top leaderboard. Gaming Gladiators only 1 point behind. Atlas behind them, another squad who was able to get a win. Go Next able to get a win. It was lots of back and forth, and you could see just how KP heavy it was for a lot of these teams as well. Everybody trying to really slay out during the day. I mean, you got Vex up there, Trojan, who actually had some really aggressive games for themselves as well. So overall, I was really impressed with what EMEA brought to the table here today, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, no one was afraid to fight today. That's one thing we certainly can take away. It was a lot of aggression being shown by numerous teams, especially a little bit earlier than what we expect sometimes in EMEA when it comes to trying to force a priority position. And I gotta say, Passion UA, I think that they felt like the team who in some of those end games just had the most composure. They were pretty consistent when they got to those end games and be able to convert into good points and some decent kills to go alongside it as well. And as we now take a look at the regular season standings, we can see that the teams, of course, who have played in an extra series are going to be up at the top here. GG are still on top. They take their first place away from FaZe Clan, so a good day for them. But Passion UA jump up into third now with 50 points.
I mean, not too shabby a performance out of FaZe 2. We talked about it a lot, Dan, just recognizing that they were in some tough positions based off of the POIs that they had here today and still managed
50 points overall, and they were playing from Dome on World's Edge as well. So something to note, a very bad POI for them to have to play with. They managed to get second, third, and fifth as their best games the last two times that these lobbies matched up. But it was ANC where they really shone, playing from Sky East and Elrod with a match day win. They've got 2 wins on the board in that match day. They managed a fifth on World's Edge as well before they kind of fell away a little bit on Storm Point. But I mean, today they're playing from Sky East and they're playing from Pylon. So even though they might not have the best picks in the world when it comes to POIs, there's still some pretty solid POIs to play from. So very excited to see what SSG do as we take a little look at some of their stats as well. You can see match wins overall, they've managed to put those 2, average placement of 8.33. Average kills is pretty good, but it's the damage difference which you got to focus on. That shows that they're fighting well as a unit and fighting well as a team.
Well, similarly to SSG, Complexity are another team who found success in A and C, but couldn't quite get it done in A and B. So now as they get a second go around, will they take the experience from last week and be able to push themselves a little bit further? Because they got top 3 last week, they got a win in the final game, so momentum is certainly on their side. Last time they had, what, 7th and 36th picks. I think this week 6th and 35th. So I'm expecting them to be more World's Edge heavy because that was their first pick. They went for launch site in the end, but they will be fighting in Storm Point because they've gone for Storm Catcher, which is on average about 30th in the ADP of where people are picking it in the POI draft. So it's one of the more tough POIs to be fighting for, but they do have Lou, who fights very well for them indeed, leading in the kill leaderboard right now. 32 kills, only beating the 3 members of Falcons. Well, someone has to take them down, right? It seems like Lou is doing it as a one-man army just based on those stats, but we know full well the entire Complexity roster is the reason why Lou is able to shine in the way that he currently does. And what a story it has been for Lou. He's had his ups, he's had his downs, but he seems to be back on his A game, back on a team that he's comfortable with, and I can't wait to see what they do here today, Glitter.
Yeah, 2 really strong team choices as far as ones that everyone should be paying attention to, as I'm sure it was hard for you 2 to choose, and same for everyone at home picking their teams that they want to be focusing on. But don't worry, we have a way for you to focus on multiple of your favorite teams here today, okay? Because we know how stacked these groups are, so if you want to keep up with any of the other amazing teams, just check out Face It Watch. Not only can you watch 4 team POVs simultaneously, but you also have that dedicated map POV and of course live team comms with that audio mixer, so you can balance the audio the exact way that you want it and experience ALGS your way. It's a very, very cool way to watch, so make sure you check it out. You can head on over to fce.gg/watch ALGS to get that all set up and enjoy our entire series of matches here today. And speaking of those matches, it's almost time for them to get kicked off, ready to go. So on set, Gasket, I hope you're ready for an A.
I am so ready to get into North America. I am ready for things, Dan. You can probably tell by the start of the show, I am almost too excited because there's a few segments that you were meant to talk on that I talked straight over the top of. So I'd like to apologize for that early on and give you your chance to finally get some words out.
You can never be too excited. An excited onset means that we are due for a very good day and a very good evening here in North America, and for good reason. Like I mentioned, 8 out of the 10 of our top teams in this region all competing here today, so I am expecting it to be a bloodbath. I am expecting everyone to be throwing their best foot forward here to try and ensure they can be at the top of the leaderboards after these 2 teams have competed, because it's going to be difficult to find points when there are this many good teams in this lobby, Mark.
Yeah, it is a fantastic lobby to look at as well. You just look at some of the names, and like I said previously, you can pick half the lobby and you're expecting them to be in a land final. We're still missing one of the groups in North America, and this is where we're going to be starting today, everybody. World's Edge is going to be where we kick off for 3 games before we head over to Storm Point, and then we have to get into the good business now, Dan. We have to talk POI draft.
POI draft, and that's usually what gets me going because I love the stats, I love the numbers, and I love the addition of the POI draft. Who'd have thought Sky West picked first from NRG?
Shocking.
Biggest difference, though, from EMEA into NA is Climatizer East seems to be a very popular inclusion here in North America. Complexity that I touched upon at the start of the show, they had their first pick at launch site, so this is where they're expecting to pick up their points. But for any of these teams who are kind of in the early picks, expect World's Edge to be their bigger and better map, but it's going to be more of a struggle as they go over to Storm Point.
It certainly is indeed. As we go down the picks and you see some of the more, I would say, established POIs start to disappear, you're also going to see some of the bigger names coming in as well as we move on, because you're looking at the likes of, you're looking at the like of Team Falcons, you're looking for where they're dropping, you're looking for where TSM are going to be dropping. I mean, there's so much to talk about today when it comes to these POI drafts and where people are dropping that just changes the complexion of everything, Dan. And one thing to note as well that I kind of coined a term a little bit earlier in EMEA. If you are lucky enough to get a good zone, a zone that pulls to you when you have one of these poorer POIs when it comes to picks, that's a golden game opportunity for you to put points on the board from a POI that you don't really expect to do it from.
And these are the later picks that you were speaking of. So the teams who prioritized Storm Point and instead got later picks on World's Edge, TSM at Mirage Etoile, Falcons down at Dome. Now remember, in EMEA, we have still not seen Dome chosen as a drop spot for anyone. Yet in North America, people seem to think it is actually better than maybe Stacks, for example, or you're happy to take the fight against someone at Stacks. So we'll see what Falcons do from that. I'm very excited to see where Falcons go from Dome.
I also want to say that SSG getting Sky East at pick 23, pretty good from them. I think they would have been very happy to see that still available. So SSG with an opportunity to do something here on World's Edge. And I think you're right. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on Falcons and how they play from the Dome as well. And they do have a couple of teams around them. Maybe they feel confident in taking those fights, but one of them might not be complexity with the way that Lou has been firing his guns recently. But enough of the POI draft. We've seen the teams. We've seen who's in this lobby. It's time to get underway, everybody. Match day is nearly ready to go. And I tell you what, Dan, World's Edge, it always looks as beautiful as the last time I saw it.
It just hits different, doesn't it, World's Edge? I always like it when it's in the rotation in ranked as well. It seems to be home for not just me, but many players in Apex Legends. Now, I am curious as to where Falcons go with their rotation, but at the moment we're going to focus on Not Moist, because the inclusion of Timmy, this is a big change, right? Not Moist were a roster who dominated in the region for quite some time during Split 1, but perhaps didn't have the result they would have wanted or expected when it came to the playoffs. But now with Timmy on the bang, I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, also interesting to point out as well, you've got Guild and Timmy, both North Americans. Is this now a North American team? Genome. Waltz is going to be the lone survivor from ANZ. I'm sure that he'll still be supporting his boy, of course, understandably so. But Waltz is going to be taking up the IGLing on this team as well. MT historically, of course, was the IGL for Not Moist, and it's a big change for him. He put a tweet out saying, you know, he's going to put the hard work in and everything that he has to do, and he believes in himself to do so. Well, he's going to have to navigate the traffic on World's Edge here to head a little bit towards Fragment.
Yeah, Fragment is where we're going to be going. There's a little bit that's within Geyser, so that makes me think that we might head over towards No Name as the end circle here. So the likes of Yup and Weave and NGNL actually are all going to have priority to move there. And you can see Weave dropping at Overlook have already made their way down to No Name, and they should have got that ring console up at Overlook, so they'll be the first ones to take one of the buildings, and they should be able to sit there for quite some time. But of course, with a No Name finish, not too many buildings to work with, so a lot of the surrounding areas in Fragment and in Geyser are going to be desirable for those who rotate late, but then they're going to have to force their way in when the zone eventually shifts.
Yeah, good news on the pathing as well from Overlook. Not only did they have the ring console, they also had Survey Beacon, and as you can see, as they path their way towards where they want to play, they had a Evo Harvester as well. So they'll have at least blues, pretty close to purples, you would imagine, as they're already set up inside of this building. So a really good opportunity for early points on the board for them. Elsewhere, you've just seen a little bit of a slow rotate from some teams who recognize that maybe there's not a huge amount of zone to play where they believe it's going to finish, and maybe Fragment is going to become a little bit more packed as we get through the game. A couple of teams hitting the evacs in, but for now, a little bit of a slow burner at the start, as we would expect. Not too many fights been taken. You can see already less than 1,000 Evo damage needs to be done here by Weave for them to get up to purples.
Well, good news for Weave is they have the Watson, so they can really set up in this building, and they can ruin everything for anyone who wants to arrive late and try and take the position away from them as the early movers. The story's more going to be focused on those who are going to be moving a little bit later and potentially fighting in chokes and surrounding areas. The Harvester area at the moment is where a fight is currently going down. LG against Board, and LG have that high ground.
Oh, we also see a strong push, shall we say, at the least, coming in as we put some more damage from distance. Unfortunately, only the one times on the scout is going to make it a little bit more difficult, but it's E8 who are being so aggressive to try and take this truck position away.
Yeah, E8 maybe seeing an opportunity here, and the knockdown shields are almost doing something similar to what we saw last week, but it's Eternal who go down. Elevate only lose one, and they'll be able to get back up to a full 3 here, and if they want to, they can hold this truck for the rest of the game. But with the aggression we just saw, will they consider carrying on with this wave, right? Do they push even further into No Name and potentially take the fight against Weave?
One thing they're going to have to do is play a little bit of space around that truck because they don't have the catalyst to reinforce the doors. So it's very, very nadeable for inside of that truck. They do have the fuse who can, of course, was very useful in that initial push, of course, just to fire those knuckle clusters in to get that damage to really discombobulate the team that was inside. But you've got to use now the fuse and the knuckle cluster to kind of command space in and around that truck, because just setting up inside it with those doors already gone, it's a risky spot to play.
How about the Pioneers being reintroduced to Apex Legends as well? Welcome back. 255 days away from Apex, and what a team to pick up. Tripods who get in through Challenger Circuit in the final game and now find themselves competing in the biggest and the best lobby, and they do not look shy in this lobby as well. Happy to take fights, really rolling with the big boys, and I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of the season. And in this game at the moment, moving from the northern side, they might just be able to pick off a few teams that are going to be below them here.
Well, yeah, you have to be careful because Deeds has got himself a long boy, and he's going to be able to do some good damage if he does see those doors gone and the windows available for him to poke a few shots through as well. But it looks like maybe another evac for them to try and play with. I'm not sure where they want to try and play from here, if they're going to try and go into Overlook or maybe the truck, but
doesn't matter.
They're going to go nowhere. They landed on the snow. It was a soft landing. They wanted to stay here, regardless of what they tell you.
I mean, I think if they had arrived in No Name and then they could run it back, they probably would rather stay on the height, judging by how congested it is at the moment, right? So it's probably a blessing in disguise for them. But it was Not Moist and other teams who all banded together to shoot down that evac tower, not allowing Pioneers to make a aerial rotation. And you spoke about the long boy. How about the Sentinel?
Yeah, that's not bad either, to be honest with you. I mean, the size of the projectiles that come out when you charge this thing up, it makes it pretty difficult to miss at times. But even from that distance, Timmy makes it look easier. Nice little 88 to really make sure that he's pushing that team away through the tunnel. And it looks like Pioneers are going to head towards Overlook. Maybe they're looking to hit the ring console and the survey beacon as well that is available before they pop back into a position in zone. OXG, Oxygen Esports, haven't talked about them much so far. Frex, of course, being a addition to this lineup for this split, and that's some pretty solid performances so far.
Yeah, 15th in the POI draft, choosing Lava Fissure, which, you know, a not bad POI to go with in general. I think that they'll be fairly happy with it. They're going to be in the kind of mid-ground for both POIs on both maps. So I'm expecting Oxygen to find an average performance, but it's whether they can find something that's just a little bit further to push them into the chances of winning today's efforts. Now, this is the big shift that we're waiting for. I think it is going to be No Name. There is always a potential chance it can shift back north, but it is going to keep going further towards No Name. It could continue to pull towards the eastern side as well. We have seen it finish over towards the eastern side, more towards the Vault, but certainly where Complexity, Empire, Weave, they're all holding at the moment, they're in great positions.
We can see as well that Falcons are pushing their way from Geyser through the tunnel. If they can hold that for quite some time, then they'll be in a really good spot. Fluffy Aimers might think about rotating behind them a little bit later, but it looks like they're going to take a slightly different approach. So Yup, who are already in the kind of tunnels complex, I'll call it, now that it's a little bit more difficult to navigate, they're going to maybe have to deal with Falcons at some point, but they're playing outside of it to the north side. So Falcons should have control of this Vault tunnel for quite some time, and they're going to be in a really good spot for this endgame with everybody kind of, by the looks of things, approaching from the north side here of World's Edge.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think anyone's going to come from the south, so that would be good and bad news for Falcons. Good news because they're not going to be contested down in the Vault, but also maybe bad news because then you don't pick up any kills. But it looks like Falcons on their rotation at the moment are trying to find a better place to play on the edge of that Vault tunnel. As for Not Moist, this is the northern side that you were speaking of. SSG aren't so far away from them, and I think that's why Not Moist are hesitant to move right now, because they know there's someone nearby. They've just seen SSG again, but now seeing them retreating means that Not Moist should know they're the only team on the north.
Oh my goodness. Well, ACP do hit another evac and manage to get into this building, but by the skin of their teeth, that could not be closer. Deeds was down to 5 or 6 HP. Everyone else has to pop some batteries and some cells to get healthy again, but they do have the caustic this time. Deed's running the caustic to lock down this building. So a very successful redeploy from the skies for them to find a spot to play.
Yeah, the teams who have the controller legends are going to be pretty happy with this circle if they have been able to get into one of these buildings in no name, or even in fragments. To be fair, on the edges of fragment, you can hold it for quite some time. I think CCE also playing a caustic and holding the edges of the train track. As SSG, they've had to move all the way down this western side, and it's NRG that are now in front of them, and they might have to take this fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough rotate here for SSG. Interested to see what the play call is going to be from Phony. But one thing I want to actually say about SSG as they prepare to take this evac is I just love the natural chemistry in play styles that you have with all these three players, right? Phony loves to be aggressive as an IGL, probably about as aggressive a player as you would wish for. Zainu, we know what pedigree he has. He's a LAN champion and also loves to be aggressive. And I think Koiful just gives him that little bit of stability, that clutch factor that's sometimes missing in those 3v3s. You get that final kill. You're a little 1v1. You want Koiful to be that player alive, but for now, they're going to have to get him back on his feet.
They should be able to get up to a full 3 here. They're probably happy to see that these buildings are free, but they already know they're going to have to continue moving because they were able to get the ring console information thanks to Zainu choosing that option on the fuse, and they will continue to move east shortly. But it's a nice temporary pit stop for them to reset and potentially hold out teams that they could have fought on the outskirts of this circle. NRG and both SKD are going to now be arriving after them here.
Going to be an end zone where I think a lot of teams who are coming in from the north and maybe even the west side of World's Edge here are going to be thinking KP is the name of the game for us. Also at LG, they're making a very interesting rotate to follow here, as it looks like they're going to play for maybe this Evo Harvester that is in front of them. Maybe a little bit of extra ring console information, but the situation they find themselves in now... Always craft a bat on your way past.
Medkit, probably.
Medkit, indeed. Smarter than me. Is an interesting decision to go back into the zone and wrap from this way.
Now, that's the difference between you and I. You already have plenty of medkits. I'm scrambling when we get into the circle. I'm desperate. I need something. I've not looted enough.
We're going through zone knowing I have 3 medkits.
But it is going to be a long old journey for them. We'll have to see if it pays off for LG. And as they do arrive late, it will be Not Moist that is the closest team to them. Biggest question for me, do Not Moist know that they're there? Because remember, when Not Moist saw SSG a little bit earlier, they probably presumed they're the only team on the north. But we can have a little dive in to see what they are thinking about this game. Let's jump into a listen in.
Yep, can you before we do this, can you scan down below and see if there's a team underneath us?
Yes, I can. Yeah, they're playing out front of tunnel right now. 3 seconds, I'm gonna scan below, okay?
Yep.
Scanning?
Taking things to see what's in.
There's a team under right now.
You need to queue this. You need to queue that. Make sure that they can't come up.
We're in at the rock there, Timmy. We don't have to int right now. We can wait until we wait until this zip is out of zone, and then we look to take the fight, okay?
Yep. Well,
do as much poke to them as you can.
They do have blue. They do have blue.
Yeah. Perfect. It's a fucking Watson team.
This guy also has blue purple down there.
Yeah, I hear you.
Just letting you know.
We hold this zip, and we look to fight this team later. We win this fight, and then we fucking have a very good game here.
Yep, they're just holding their inside, I'm pretty sure. So they have to worry about that. It's also the team that mirrored us.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mirrors. Yep.
Shoot them off as well. We walk in front of us. We're not pressured for space right now.
They have purple. I'm just letting you know.
That's few
They're probably gonna go low ground towards. They're probably gonna go low ground towards the tunnel. We can walk in here if we have to.
We should try to shoot this. No, we should try to kill them off. Shoot the second. Shoot second.
Hit him 30.
Alright, let's look to walk. Let's look to walk forward.
Hit him 30.
Alright, let's look to walk. Look to walk forward.
Fight him, dude.
Let's walk up. Good shots.
Walking up.
Fight him, dude.
We could go Rito, we could go under. We could flame cracks.
Down the building. Kind of free kills.
Evan, can we shoot this here?
See ya. You're like knocking me, Jim.
Shot coming in from Timmy from distance alongside his two teammates. They get the knock onto the team that was in that truck. That was E8 quite some time ago, but I'm pretty sure that's a combination of TSM. But no, it's actually, excuse me, it is still E8 who are in and around that truck. Elsewhere, SSG have been eliminated, so one of my teams to keep an eye on today. Well, you don't have to keep an eye on them any longer in this game. Board also eliminated as we lose our first three teams.
It was great to get a listen and just hear Waltzy on the IGL as well. Of course, it used to be empty, but now Waltzy picking up those reins, and it sounds very comfortable to me. Now elsewhere, SKD, they're on this far western side, and they have two teams around them. But are they going to be able to pick up any kills? They've already lost two, and it's now Noct as the last remaining.
1v1. Not trying to clutch up for SKD here, but I don't think he knows where the other player is. And now he's kind of a little bit split decision. Does he play behind the knockdowns to hit the battery? That is the answer in front of your face right now. It's Presley versus Noct in this 1v1. Is he going to play for the res here and exchange them elsewhere? OXG taking a fight here. It's a 2v2 by the looks of things for them.
Yeah, Most Hated are on the other side. Now it's just going to be Aiden on his own. And he is in the Bloodhound ult, but I'm not sure it's going to work out for him. Done a lot of damage, but it's not going to be a successful mission for him. He falls to Most Hated. We go back to this 1v1 that you were speaking of earlier. That's no longer a 1v1. Fluffy Aim is back up to a full 3.
It's a 3v2 now because they managed to get both reses. So SKD may have just made the wrong decision in this situation. And yes, he did. That was the wrong choice. Take the 1v1 next time. You want that one back. But Fluffy Amiels will knock SKD out of this game number 1.
All the meanwhile, the circle is continuing to shift further east, which we did say could happen here. So just outside of this vault tunnel that both Falcons and YUP are holding at the moment is going to be one of the more desirable positions. So this could be a huge fight to win here for Team Falcons.
And they do have an armor advantage. You can already see as a blue armor. Also, Zero is going to jump over those with a little bit of gymnastics himself to make sure the Watson fences will not be a problem for the rest of Falcons. They will be safe where they are right now, but you can see the play. They want to take this spot away. They want to fight for it.
I think they're just hesitant at the moment, just in case there's any other teams in the area, waiting for those scans to get full information before they do anything. The zone is going to force them to make a decision soon, though. If they don't go fast, they might have to back off. All the meanwhile, Most Hated have just dived on in onto YUP, and suddenly there's going to be several teams in this area, and Falcons, if they bide their time, might be able to just sneak around.
NGNL gone, E8 gone as well. Another team just disappeared. Fluffy Aimers fell out of the lobby as well. This is a really tough rotate to have to make now. The team that's stuck inside of this building, very, very difficult to move through those traps if they want to get some clean shots without taking damage. Empire have gone down as well. Pioneers, they are cleaning up this side of zone for now, and there's a Kraber in the hands of Ommu as well. NRG will go down, and now you're finding Cape as the last player alive. He's got no shields and he's got no life left as well. CCE will be eliminated, and Pioneers putting some good kills on the board. Look at the amount they've got already.
No one is in this next circle, by the way. The only team that's close to it is Not Moist, who have one of the more commanding positions from the north side. You could hear Waltzy knew where this circle was going. He was confident they were going to have a good game if they won that initial fight when we were in the listening. Now, the fight we were talking about earlier, Most Hated versus YUP, they're going to be fighting, and Falcons have to push it. Falcons need to come into this one.
Yeah, they're going, they're sending it. They see the knocks come in, and now Falcons, they have to send it themselves, but the fences are a problem, and Team Falcons will fall. So YUP, somehow or other, from being in a horrible, horrible position sandwiched between two teams, survive long enough to not only send Falcons out the lobby, but maybe fight their way through this last player alive to stay alive in this zone.
Only one player remaining for Most Hated as well, but has the zone on his side. Knockdown shields as well to play with, and you can see that they are scrambling inside there, and they may just fall victim to the red. They do, so now Most Hated will hold the southern side. Not Moist still on this northern side, holding out LG and Complexity. It's going to be 3 teams here. Not Moist, Pioneers, and Most Hated as our final 3.
LG gone, Complexity gone, and now you're seeing Not Moist, a new lineup, starting to take command of the northern side of this zone. They have the most space in this zone, but Pioneers and Ommu do have that Kraber, so keep your eyes on them. They have the opportunity here to play however they want if they can hit the shots, but the caval's going to go down. It looks like Not Moist are forcing them away down the hill.
I love this push from Not Moist. It's an aggressive one that says we're prepared to take this fight, and they almost scare the opposition away, and they hope to scare them into another fight. It's the Pioneers who have lost the first player, though. Most Hated, Not Moist, and Pioneers all scrapping.
Dee's last player alive. Jet is going to go down as well, so Deej is trying to scrap for second place at the moment. Guild trying to clean him up, but the gold knockdown, we've seen it be a problem. Well, it's a problem once again. Timmy's taking his time and will be able to get back to full health, so Not Moist will have to play this one out as a 2, and Most Hated almost as a 2, but they've stuck the res by the looks of things, Not Moist. Yeah, they might be able to get them back up, but no! It's going to be a straight 2v2 as one gets finished off.
Yeah, Most Hated still down to a 2, but the fact that Not Moist gave themselves the time, they don't know yet, but they might have gained that information that it is a straight 2v2 if they saw it on the death cam whilst he was knocked. And now suddenly the Kraber in the hands of Most Hated. Oh, and the Sentinel for Timmy.
I see your Kraber. I got a Sentinel and it's charged up, and I am feeling charged up alongside it. Timmy, the new boy, to this lineup for Not Moist, is taking the game in his hands, and Not Moist will win as Timmy hits a celebratory shot to a teammate as well.
On his debut, what a way to kick off.
On his debut.
Joining Not Moist, the calls from Waltzy, perfect. A great time to go into a listen-in to see just how they wanted to play that game. And it was almost played exactly down to a T how he wanted to, and it all played out in his head how he foresaw it. Great first game from Not Moist.
I mean, when you're poking with a Kraber, you don't expect that kind of response a lot of the time. You feel like you have the power of the lobby in your hands, hit one shot, and you put your team into a position to win the game. But Timmy with a 132 headshot with that charged up Sentinel, it's why you pick a player like him up, right? He's a game changer. He's a game winner. And Timmy does it here for Not Moist.
He's just an absolute gamer, to be honest, and I think that even though it would have been a hard decision for Timmy to make the move across, just getting that victory under your belt, everything feels a little bit more justified. It takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders as well. So now Not Moist can probably relax a little bit as they go into this next game.
Yeah, phenomenal game from them. And I will say, Waltzy's yelling absolutely on point. Every single thing that in that listening he was saying was going to happen is exactly what happened. But I got to give a lot of credit again to Timmy playing with that Sentinel, creating so much space, not allowing teams to move up into the space that Not Moist were looking to play a little bit later on in that game. Fantastic performance all round from Not Moist. And with 11 kills alongside it, 23-point banger to start the day off here in North America. Not Moist making me feel things, Dan.
Tingly feelings everywhere from Not Moist. Well, Most Hated. I'm impressed with their performance as well, because not only did we see them win that initial fight in the choke, but then they soared all the way over to the eastern side, where they then kind of blocked out those teams that were holding in the vault tunnel. Yup, and Falcons, who had been sizing each other up pretty much all game. Neither of them succeed in getting out of the tunnel because Most Hated were able to hold them out at the northern side.
Yeah, really, really impressive from them. And Team Falcons, you can see it was kind of all in on that play. The longer that fight took to take place, so to speak, the less likely it was that Falcons were going to be able to get into that fight healthy enough to really cause a problem. At the other end of the table, SSG, no points on the board in game number 1. A little bit of a disappointing one for them, although a tough zone to access, of course. SKD, we saw them in a momentary 1v1 that turned into a 3v2 very quickly as both teams tried to exchange reses, and it was the other side of things, the Fluffy Aimers, who managed to get the 3 players up first. And looking at the damage stats here across the board, you can see the Not Moist putting up a huge amount with 4K on their side.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the amount of space that they were able to take up right from the start of the game. And it was a lot done by Timmy as well. You can see 1,800 with the sniper being able to just annoy people from a distance, regardless of whether they were going to take that fight or they were just trying to poke and prod at everyone. It is a extremely impressive first place finish for Not Moist. But I think both Most Hated and Pioneers will be happy with second and third. Just want to touch upon SSG as well. The fact that we did see them take Sky East. This is one of the big differences, again, between North America and EMEA. A lot of teams are leaving Sky East in EMEA, saying that, you know, Sky West already pretty powerful. We don't really want to be competing with a team that's coming from there. And technically, you're then sharing a POI. So it's strange that in NA, people are still favoring it. People are still confident in Sky East, and SSG couldn't get it done in that first one.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough one for SSG, but Not Moist looking very, very strong at the end of game 1. It's time for us to go to a quick break. When we get back, though, match number 2 is coming your way.
Alienware is the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series, as we have just completed our first match of the day here for NA, and now we're going to be looking towards match number 2. But before we do that, Dan, I think we gotta take a look back at some of those final moments from the first match, because what Timmy was doing to people with that Sentinel in hand was just unfair.
It was borderline bullying at one point, to be fair, what Timmy was doing throughout the entire game. Now, Not Moist, when they went down to a 2 here, it was looking pretty dicey, and they probably thought our chances of winning with that there's got to be teams of 3. But luckily for them, it was going to be a 2 that they go up against. Now, what Gil did, yes, he went down, but he allowed the res to happen and gave the information that there was only a 2. So it allowed then Moist to just take that second, reset a little bit, reposition, and get into a spot where they could take down. Also, the damage that Timmy did through smoke then, also a little bit ridiculous, has to be said.
Not only that, but Guild was also, I think he had 6 kills in that match. So, I mean, everybody was really pulling their weight in that first match. And, you know, we were kind of wondering what was going to happen. Obviously, that was a new roster change. We were excited to see what Timmy and Not Moist were going to do together as a trio. Like you guys said, I think that it was really cool too. Got to hear kind of how they work together on comms and the thought processes behind how they want to play their game out. And right now, after that first match, they looked great.
They did, and I mentioned it right at the end of the game. I just do think it takes the pressure off now, and we'll see whether they can continue this momentum going into match number 2. But there was a few teams who maybe had an opportunity to do a little bit more. I think both Falcons and Yup will be a bit aggrieved with what happened. The fact they were kind of gate-kept in a position that they've been working so hard to get. But sadly, that is the case. If a fight takes too long, if you don't get into the equation of said fight quick enough, you are going to be punished a little bit later. So maybe that will speed up some of these fights for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, and another one of those teams that ended up being in the top 3 with them that had a lot of kills as well was also Pioneers. They didn't end up getting that win. They got that 3rd place finish, but 11 kills to their name after a pretty aggressive match number 1. So they're setting themselves up well for the day as we continue into our next match. Obviously, Not Moist winning the first one, heading back to World's Edge now for match number 2. Have to see where this next zone will go, who it could potentially favor, and what that means for some of our squads. But so far, we're starting off with a pretty strong showing from some of these teams.
Is interesting as well, in the POI draft, 7 of the first 8 picks were all on World's Edge. So I think that says a lot for people about kind of where people believe they're going to be getting their points as a squad, and for the fact that it is match 1, 2, and 3. Now, in EMEA, we saw some teams prioritizing Storm Point, saying we would rather catch up to squads knowing what we have to do rather than being the front runners. It's almost like a marathon race, right? Do you want to be at the front of the pack where you are leading the pace, or do you want to be just holding off a little further behind, save that energy, and then suddenly get that final sprint? Certainly those teams who have prioritized Storm Point are going to have to try and find something similar to that here in these games.
Yeah, that was something that we even had talked about during our EMEA matches as well. It's all about finding that balancing act, knowing that if your 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd choice POIs aren't going to be available to you on one map, how do you balance that out, make it work for you on the other? So far, it's been really fun kind of seeing how everyone is handling these POI draft picks. But of course, we also have our Challenger Circuit number 2 right around the corner, the 22nd to the 24th. And there's still time to register if you want to try and get yourself to compete in there, potentially see yourself up here on the main stage of ALGS. So if you are even remotely interested, get yourself signed up and check out that next Challenger Circuit. As I can hear the drop ships locked and loaded, our players are getting ready to dive into match number 2.
And it is going to be the Dome where we're currently going over. That's where Falcons selected as their POI. They had 27th pick, so they opted for going for the Dome rather than Mirage Etoile, Staging, Geyser, or Big Maud, which has been prioritized in other regions a little bit more. So clearly Falcons feel like something can be done from Dome, and we'll have to see whether they can pick up points. Match 1 wasn't certainly the match they expected, but they can certainly change their fortunes going into match 2 here.
We'll be kicking things off with Team Falcons as well. As they start to get themselves looted up, they'll be looking for that information and hopefully finding a bit of a more successful rotation into that first circle. Preparing themselves for who they potentially have to run into as well. And as we start to get that map information, seeing where some of our teams are going to end up, it looks like it's going to be shifting a little bit towards Monument.
Yeah, Monument is where we're going to be heading. And it could be the circle that does finish pretty much bang center of Monument as well. We saw it in APAC North actually quite recently, where it looked like it might shift a little bit to the west, but then suddenly it pulls back into Monument, so everyone got rewarded who had committed to Monument early. Again, the teams who are center at the moment, Monument, NG and L have a ring console, so if they stay put, they're going to be pretty confident that it is going to be a Monument position as well. Weave moving from Overlook are going to have one of the priority movements if they go quick about their business, especially if they hit that survey beacon and realize that they have a perfectly quick transition from Fragment all the way to Monument right now.
Yeah, you can also see Elevate with a little bit of a 2-1 split right now, kind of scoping things out from Epi, which was left open when it comes to those drops. So Elevate could be looking to make a move in early and claim some space for themselves as well. Right now, you know, we're just watching everybody make their initial choices. You see Pioneers there also coming through the choke, potentially running into LG as everyone's working on that western side of where the circle's going to start moving. And then we also are back on board Team Falcons, who now have blue shields, looking a little bit more comfortably looted up as they start to move forward.
Interestingly, looking at this circle, it was APAC North day 1. Also, thank you, Dia, for putting all these together. You absolute legend. Riddle Order won this circle from Overlook, so that is fantastic news for Weave, who have dropped there. But second place in this game was... Oh, sorry, third place was Fnatic all the way from Dome. So perhaps we'll watch quite keenly on how Falcons do on their rotation here and whether they go for something a little bit similar. It looks like Fnatic moved far east when they went for the rotation, whereas we are going to be seeing Falcons actually opting to go through Launch Site and then through Lava Siphon. So two very different approaches to this circle and just shows the differences of the regions we have here in Apex.
You know, I saw a little bit of back and forth there. Like I mentioned, we had Pioneers coming through that vault tunnel, and they did run into LG. A little bit of back and forth poke damage, but both teams opting to back off and make their way through the choke safely. Now checking in with Complexity and what they've got going on over here, finding themselves in a little bit of a back and forth as well. Everybody playing this really smart so far, though. Just getting enough damage to continue working on those Evos without really forcing anything too early.
Yeah, no one really wants to take said early fight, but it's also because everyone's more focused on getting the Evo Harvesters, as you mentioned. So eventually, if you do keep going along the path, you are going to just hit someone who's trying to get the same Evo Harvester as you. Complexity are going to force their way through this choke, and they might just miss Eternal, who forced their way through here a little bit earlier on. But Monument is already pretty full. Not much room to play. You've got TSM who are going to be playing the train tracks just to the west of Monument, and they're going to hold that position for a short while. Oxygen are going to be here in Landslide. They're going to be gate kept by TSM. It does become a bit of a back and forth when you look at some of these teams of, yes, you might be able to get past one team in your rotation, but then there's just going to be another squad waiting for you after you've got past the initial.
Yeah, there's only so many different chokes that they can try to push through when they're coming from this western edge. There's going to be quite a few teams that are looking for some sort of space to move through on their later rotations as well. We're still waiting to see where Board goes, how SKD do, but Complexity have made their way through safely so far. They ended up going a little bit farther west so that they didn't end up running into Eternal, but still have so many of the other teams to be keeping their eyes on with that western wrap. TSM right on the edge of this tunnel, trying to see if they can maybe catch somebody out on a rotation as well, and just gonna kind of hold here in the opening for now.
And there's a lot of eyes on TSM, as there always is, because it's TSM, but after an incredible performance last week when we had no Falcons, we had no SSG, TSM were able to take the plaudits, but can they do it when the other big teams are involved here and maybe answer some of those questions and doubts that other fans are putting upon TSM? It was great to have an interview with Verholst after last week as well, and just see that that confidence is and the belief in his game and his teammates. Now TSM, they're going to be set, they're going to be put, they're going to be holding down their train tracks. Oxygen moved to countdown just to get the ring into position, but it's NRG who are on the other side of it, and they might just put Oxygen with their pants down a little bit here.
Yeah, Energy, you guys mentioned it at the beginning, obviously. Sky, West, and Oxy running straight into their path right now. Backing off, not really wanting to take this. this early on and potentially wrapping right back into SKD. So this might be a little bit of a sandwich situation to try to capitalize on. As you can see them trying to do a little bit of across the way. And you can see that SKD was taking a little bit of it. They know that OSG is in the area. So now Landslide becoming a little bit of a hot.
This goes back to the marathon metaphor I was using earlier. Going to get that ring console, they kind of drop to the back of the pack and they allow someone else to get in front of them here, and that is SKD. So now Oxygen need to try and find a way around them, right? So they're going to have to go down south, I think. Staging is going to be their approach, but then that means you have to force yourself through a choke point to get into the circle. So it's going to be a tough old move for Oxygen. Either they double back on themselves and take the fight against SKD, or they have to go all the way around to Harvester and get themselves through that choke point Order currently holding. Now, look at where that circle is sending us. It's going to be a little bit further west than I thought, still with heavy monument presence, but there is a long mountain that's taken up by that circle, which of course means lack of playable space, which will then lots of fights that are going to happen before we get to zone 3.
There might be a really good opportunity for the last remaining teams that are here on the west side to hold that west side, clear out the likes of NRG. Maybe OXG continues this wrap around and goes through Harvester. SKD do have an opportunity here to be one of the two teams that doesn't have to deal with the monument chaos as everyone leaves those buildings, and it might end up working out for them.
I think everyone hopes that the zone is going to be in their favor. The downside for all of these monument teams is they won't have any clue where the circle is going to be going, because there's no ring console for them to work with. When there's so many teams surrounding you, you don't have the opportunity to step out and actually gain said information. So this is where these kind of zones and these kind of shifts can benefit the late movers, because you get that information before the other teams do. My question would be, Board and TSM already take some of the more position on the southern side, and you can't play close to the mountain. It's going to be about forcing yourselves into engagements and trying to has to turn into gaining KP for a lot of these teams.
There's lots of back and forth happening with SKD and NRG in the area. SKD able to scare off from trying to make their push through on the NRG, opting to wrap all the way back around through Skyhook, hopefully quickly enough that they'll be able to come out through one of the other areas and not be punished too harshly for it. But SKD actually did a really good job owning this space and now giving themselves a little bit of time to work with the next ring flow. So they've really opened up the doors to themselves.
If they decide to go through the vault tunnel, they won't be able to hold that position and technically get ahead of SKD, but still have to maybe fight them from a more favorable position. Now, we spoke about Falcons earlier and their move all the way from Dome. They do find themselves on the southeast side of this circle now, but they have to cross the lava to get to this next circle, and they're going to be focused by potentially Oxygen Esports, who are just waiting around this corner.
And we watched Oxygen on the map. That go for the Harvester. Team Falcons now running straight into them, but don't have too many teams at their backs. They might be able to have a little bit of back and forth with OXG, but like you said, you've got Board in the area, TSM still in that tunnel. So there are some teams that are going to be looking to see if they can maybe do a little bit of damage from distance. Team Falcons trying to kind of keep around all the rocks and see if there's one they need to be worrying about at their backs, as no one's really made any sort of an aggressive move here just yet, kind of waiting for the next ring to get them.
Now, I don't know if it's a sign of strength or discipline of this region, but comparatively to EMEA today, the fact we still have 20 teams left in this lobby, very different to what we saw earlier on this morning with EMEA competing against one another, and a few teams just kind of jumping into those engagements, trying to win those early fights, trying to force those positions, but a lot more passive play at the moment from North America, but arguably smarter play in certain scenarios as well. Now, NRG did lose one of their players on their rotation on the northern side, so it might have seemed like a great idea, but they got punished for it. Now, zone-wise, yep, still looking pretty bad for those teams who are on the far east, right? Building after building after building, and then just ultimate open space is where it's going to end. And I said that we're going to see a lot of teams die here in Zone 3. Then when we get to Zone 4, it's just going to continue whittling them down, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end up in like a 3v3 scenario in the final circle.
Yeah, TSM are looking pretty comfortable right now, not only having done a good job of keeping people out from that landslide side behind them, but now also having some really good vision on everyone in front of them, being right next to where that next ring's going to be, so they can kind of sneak out and go to their left and see if they can maybe get a little bit of a safer position. Same scenario with SKD, with the exception of having to worry about NRG, who are now down to that too. So those Western squads are looking comfortable. Meanwhile, Pioneers have been up at Grandma's house, and they're in a little bit of a back and forth here right now with Not Moist, who are looking to get aggressive, decided to back off, but the second all of that noise happens, there's potential for these other teams to collapse on them.
Or as you said it the other day, grandmother's house, which I think is far more quaint and much more appropriate as a British man for sure. But Pioneers and Not Moist, they certainly poised up against one another. But again, passive play. No one really wanted to take that fight. But we have 10 teams, maybe even 11, who are outside of this next zone. And everyone's got to move at the same time. So the kill feed is about to be completely lit up, like the 4th of July, fireworks in the sky at this point. Now, SSG, they are one of the teams who have to move. Let's have a listen and see how they do it.
Yep, slide up. You're good, you're good. Keep sliding left. Slide me, slide me. 1 second to smoke. Save your bloodhound. Yep. You're gonna have to ult soon. Yep. Ult soon, ult soon. Ult. Right now? Walk up with me. Yes. Ult and scan this.
Chain.
Oh, you want? Team below. We need to scan mid. We need to walk up. Right side. Yep. Nobody on right side, we're good. Yep, coming. Take under, we can take under. You need to take under. Pick it up. You need to take it. Two cracks. I take it. There's a team above you. Chill. Yep, you're fine. Play on us. Make sure you're back here. Hard watch it for me. Scan it 7. Pound
just chill me and look at this, okay? We all do this.
Pound it.
Look at zone.
They scan. Yeah, they might peek. Standing now.
Yep.
We're good.
A lot of people.
It's not worth peeking it.
You want to try to wrap, right?
No.
You want to save scan for right?
Yeah, save scan. Scan
at 15.
Just hard watch that fucking staircase.
Yep, I'm.
Listen, can you scan from like all the way this corner? I want to see if it's a duo. It might be a duo.
Okay.
Yeah, scan all the way south.
Scan at 5.
One guy hit.
One got cracked.
Yep.
I mean, they somehow snuck right in there and were able to claim that first floor of this building pretty much uncontested here, and now they know that there is a team directly above them, and obviously everyone else around them they'll have to worry about, but for now have bought themselves a little bit of time. Meanwhile, off in the wings, we've got Team Falcons down to a duo going up against TSM.
Yeah, TSM were shooting them from a distance, but Most Hated, again, it's Falcons and Most Hated who are kind of annoying each other, or at least Most Hated are annoying Falcons. They're like a thorn in their side, just as they were in the previous game. Falcons as a 2 are going to really struggle to hold off Most Hated here, because TSM are going to be kind of joining in this fight from those train tracks, but we have seen crazier things happen and more incredible things done by these two players. Maybe not on the same team before, but now they have a chance as a 2 to try and fight their way out of what is a very dicey situation.
I mean, we're losing lots of teams right now. We lost to NRG trying to push their way into Pioneers, and now the push comes in from Most Hated. SSG down in the kill feed as well as they continue to do some damage onto Team Falcons, and they do go out. Most Hated clearing out this space, and now TSM know that they can try to look this way and maybe try to do a little bit of a third party, but either way, Team Falcons could do nothing where they were pinched.
Well, I said the kill feed was going to light up beforehand, but a lot of teams did find their way into playable space. We lost about 4 or 5 teams, but now it is going to get whittled down even more because all these teams on the northeast side have to move at the same time. They were within buildings at the moment, but there's a lot of solos here as Gil tries to do what he can as a solo, but imagine he will fall, which he does. Not Moist and NGNL both go down at exactly the same time as more teams now are just trying to desperately find anywhere to play here on World's Edge.
You've got Yup eliminated, Elevate eliminated. Most Hated does end up going down as that space continues to get cleared out. TSM has pushed their way out of that tunnel, and they're doing whatever they can to hold that space. They're now looking at Fluffy Aimers. Meanwhile, everybody's still in the city trying to hold what little bit of safety they can. You get a nice top-down view here of TSM and what they're trying to do. On the other side of this rock is exactly where Fluffy Aimers are, and they are the next squad that TSM has in their crosshairs.
Well, the only building that's going to be within the next bit of the zone is where Complexity and LG are currently scrapping, but TSM doing really well at taking a lot of space, spreading out as a 3 and really commanding this southern area. But it's the fluffy aimers who are down below them. They have taken a lot of damage, but TSM can't commit because they're being shot by other squads as well. Verholz goes down, but they may get an opportunity to reset here because the fluffy aimers have to climb if they want to make this push, and that is going to be a very reluctant climb.
Yeah, fluffy aimers do have a shield advantage, but like you said, it's a little bit of a little dicey situation with EEC looking their way, knowing that there's an engagement going over there. They've been kind of dealing that poke damage and being annoying in that back and forth between TSM and fluffy aimers as fluffy aimers try to make a wraparound and make that push onto TSM. TSM's able to get the reset. Rez does come through, and they're able to survive a little bit longer here in this match. Meanwhile, like you had mentioned, you've got LG and Complexity in a building scrapping. CCE is going to be forced out of their position soon as everything starts to collapse. And SKD, who had taken that Western choke, like I mentioned, is still holding it. They've managed to push their way through and clear out the space around them and now own the northern side.
Yeah, this is where the Dark Veils come down to give you protection. TSM have to make the push, but they've lost one already. But you can see Rex and Verhorst are still up and will get the remaining damage to win the fight. 7 squads now remain, but there is a lot of solos, a lot of doubles. Doublés are around, and TSM are one of them right now. They have to try and find their way in from the south, but other teams are going to have eyes on. You can see one member of KCP is still alive. Gent just desperately trying to avoid any sort of sightlines right now.
I didn't know you were bilingual.
I try my best.
It was beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful as EEC does go down in the kill feed. TSM just down to 1. Trying to do whatever he can, or at least just gonna bunker down for a little bit, because I don't think anyone's necessarily looking the way of TSM as the solo for Pioneers goes down, giving some more placement points to TSM. There's no way he hits Moby, right? There's no way.
Surely not. As soon as SKD see this, they have to full send. They're a little bit worried, probably, SKD, about where the other teams are, but little do they know at the moment, it's just a little game of hide and seek in this building between LG and Complexity. I thought it might end in a straight 3v3 in this final circle, but because that building having that corner just allows these two teams to stay alive next to one another, as now it is happening. Reps is making the play. SKD do see it, but SKD might just let it happen.
I mean, they have the Kraber in hand and some sightlines on Complexity and LG, which might be better for them to maybe try and take out, as they're going to be forced out of the building here very soon. TSM now back up to a full 3. Obviously won't be the same level of loot as everybody else, but at least have increased their numbers, as Dropped is trying to be as annoying as possible with the remaining Kraber bullets he's got.
Well, TSM can very much play a part in this final circle now. You're completely right. Might not have the same kind of attachments, but all the meanwhile, this is still happening. LG and Complexity scrapping, going toe-to-toe, but who comes out on top? It looks like it's Complexity, will be Complexity, and now they will hold this northeast side and can start to think about how they want to win this game. They're going to be below the train tracks. They'll have a little bit of cover, but the downside is there's a Kraber on the other side, and Complexity have to try and avoid that.
I think TSM might be looking their way as well, trying to decide which is the best fight to take, even though they know that Drop does have that Kraber in hand. The Bangalore ult comes out to start zoning, as well as the Catwall coming down to give a little bit of space for Complexity to make their move up, and they do make a successful wrap towards that top end. So now it's going to be in the hands of SKD.
Yeah, SKD have the height. The smokes have gone down. TSM really have their backs quite literally against a wall right now, but now we'll start to make their move. Can Complexity give them a distraction will be the real question. As Complexity now look across, and TSM have already lost one. It looks like this should be wrapped up by SKD, but SKD have everything you could possibly want.
They try to make their push up. TSM is finally eliminated, and all SKD have to do is drop down on the already injured Complexity to close out match number 2. And after doing a really, really good job of being patient on that western side, of dealing with the back and forth with NRG to the point where they push NRG away back through Skyhook, and that resulted in NRG being dropped down to a duo. SKD did exactly what they wanted to do with the western side of that zone, how they wanted to play it, and in the end, it paid off in spades.
TSM help get rid of Falcons, and then Ravens, SKD get rid of TSM. It's just poetry at this point in ALGS as the stories line up. But SKD, as soon as they were able to hold off NRG right at the start of that game, and they held that western side, they gave themselves such a good opportunity to win the game as the circle shifted their way, and they'll be delighted with that victory.
Yeah, I mean, lots of things that SKD did right in that situation. So a nice little match number 2 for them. But that was a tough zone, I think, for a lot of those teams. We watched Pioneers try to make their way through and do what they could with the situation. We watched Fluffy Aimers kind of get stuck between EEC and TSM around that rock. Even though they had some really good loot and good shields, there was just a height disparity that they couldn't really navigate around, and they were pinched between too many people. I mean, that was just such an open zone for a lot of these teams that had bunkered down in buildings. Like you had said, they were really calling it to be more monument focused as far as that final circle went. And when everybody had to push out, it ended up kind of being really chaotic. But the one team that handled that well was Complexity. They won their fight against LG, and even if they didn't win the match, that additional KP will be big for them.
Yeah, and it's something that Complexity have done very well, and also something that has been very prominent in Pro League this season is even if a team doesn't find success and a victory, they are getting good kills on the board, and they are finding consistency to make sure they're at top of the leaderboards. And that's what we saw from Complexity last week, and it seems like that momentum has carried through here today, and they surely are going to be looking at today as a possible chance to get even more points with performances like that. They only miss out on essentially winning this game by a point, but it is SKD who had the position in that final circle and find themselves picking up first place.
That is a really, really strong first and second place showing from both of those squads. I mean, nice placement points out of TSM. They just had such a strong position that they were able to hold for so long. It didn't necessarily lend itself to being aggressive and getting that KP, but at least overall getting some points on the board. We also got 5 to Fluffy Aimers down there as they were able to find people along their rotation and kind of pick them off as they went. And then 4 points to NGNL as well.
The fact that we had so many teams alive for so long, I think it was 13 minutes until we saw a team actually go down here in match number 2, meant that there was a lot of kills to be shared around because people kind of taking individual fights, people kind of finding solos that were scrapping around, and that's why we saw these points spread out so evenly, really, from 5th downward. There was only really the top 2 that picked up big points from this match.
Look at the damage, though, coming out of all of these teams. Like we said, I mean, it didn't convert into a lot of KP for TSM, but still right up there with 3,300, almost matching SKD's damage. And then the 3,800 out of Complexity, 1,600 apiece for Monsoon and Lou. I mean, you just got a chance to talk about Lou before we even got into this match, and he's living up to those numbers that we saw reflected in those stats. A really stellar match number 2 for all 3 of those squads. But we still have many more matches up left on the docket, so it's time for a short break, and when we return, match number 3 coming at you.
Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Beautiful people to the ALGS, and welcome back to World's Edge. We've got one more game to go on the map that we all know and of course love. 2 done, not much of the win in game number 1, and SKD number 2 down. This is how things are looking overall, though. Complexity from the past was some good points.
I haven't made a single joke about SKD all day today, so that has to change here in match number 3, I feel, especially after a victory. But we'll get to that later. Complexity, 29 points, as you mentioned. At the top, between the top 5, we're starting to see some teams break away just after 2 matches. But what was important in match number 2 is the amount of kills that was spread out from about 50 downwards, because it was such a tight lobby and people were picking up kills here, there, and everywhere. It meant that everyone kind of stays within a chance of getting towards the top.
It's interesting to see that TSM as well almost managed to pull off the impossible. Verhulst gets that res on both Zap and Reps towards, Reps gets the res onto both Verhulst and Zap in those final moments to give them an opportunity to be a part of that final circle as well. You thought for a second, maybe it's going to happen, and then you realize SKD have the entire zone with the Kraber as well. So pretty free game for them, worked very hard to get to that position, of course, but now it sets us up beautifully for match number 3. And my question to you, young Gaskin, is where are our super teams at?
Yes, considering the fact that, you know, SSG and Falcons were so far ahead in those overall standings, and we talk about, well, everyone needs to try and catch up. Well, this is their opportunity to catch up, because Falcons and SSG, neither of them have been able to get going so far. And I think this is what's going to happen with the POI draft. You are going to have rough weeks where sometimes the POI just doesn't go your way, but it's about finding a good amount of points from said POI. So you don't have to win the week. You don't even have to come top 5 in a week. Sometimes just getting top 10, if you have a rough position in that POI draft, could be everything when it comes down to the very end of Split 2.
And it's those things that we haven't had to think about in previous splits, right? That all of a sudden kind of raise themselves as situations that you have to accommodate for now that we have this POI draft. But as we head into match number 3, it's Complexity who are at the top of the leaderboards and put themselves in such a good spot in that last game. And also, Monsoon's changed things up. He's no longer on the Sentinel. He picked up a charge rifle in that game and was doing some pretty crazy things. And if you missed it last week, by the way, I think it was game number 2 on World's Edge where he played as a solo inside a zone with a Kraber.
Yeah.
Go back and watch it. It is absolutely nuts what he was doing in that game, and maybe do that after the games are finished today. If you're in Europe, maybe do it tomorrow because it's getting a little bit late. But SKD, the winners of game number 2. Oh, we're going to start off with them on their loop.
It'd be worth it for the Insomniacs, though. I am just saying. It was something a little bit special. Now, SKD, coached by Raven, I mentioned at the top of the show, I'm very excited to see how they progress, as you've got 3 incredible individuals on this roster, and now with Raven at the helm as the coach as well, then there is always going to be the opportunity for improvement across the board. Circle-wise, we're heading down to the southeast. Could be somewhere towards... I think it's probably going to be Big Mord at this point. I don't think we're going to pull as far down as Stacks. We saw this circle in EMEA just earlier on today where it pulled all the way to the southern side, but the circle isn't really covering that much. So where Empire are, I wouldn't be surprised if we're in more of a Big Mord finish here.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's going to be pulling away from Stacks a little bit, and this is an interesting decision to make, right? If you get Ring Console, you get that information, like, where do you play? Because the easy answer is Stacks, because there's going to be a playable space. Maybe you play Geyser and try and approach the choke a little bit later. I maybe would try and play that choke, but it's so difficult to play because you're kind of exposed from getting shot from teams rotating from Geyser, and of course the ones that are holding you out from Mord's side. So Big Mord is going to be a very good spot to play. It might pull out towards the paintball playground a little bit as well. It's a tough one. Bridge is going to be a good spot for quite some time, but also a little bit exposed. So I'm interested to see how teams navigate this. I think Prio is going to be Big Mord, but Empire are going to try and defend that with their with everything they have, because it's such a strong position.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at previous circles throughout this season, and there's not really anything that's been like this apart from the one we had in EMEA today, which was more Stacks focused. But I do think, just judging from scrims and, you know, enough ranked play, we're probably heading towards the outskirts of Big Mord. But you're completely right. Where you play is what is difficult. Now, this is an interesting one from Falcons. Taking the rocks on the far eastern side allows them to push in behind other teams and get into Big Mord, but perhaps from an area where people wouldn't have been expecting.
So they want to maybe try and play a combination of the rocks and that little cart that you can... Zero was kind of tiptoeing around for a few seconds there. Empire trying to force them off as well. You can see already 2 teams inside of Mord. That tells you everything you need to know about where we believe this zone will be going. And Falcons with this spot, with this cover, do command quite a lot of space on the southern side of this zone. So interesting to see if there's an opportunity for them to put some more points on the board after a little bit of a slow start in the first 2 games. Elsewhere, the teams who have obviously had a pretty good start to things, like Complexity, they're still on their way down at the moment. SKD as well, still making their way. They're not even left thermal station as yet. Board's still over at launch site as well, so they've decided that maybe they're not going to have great prio. And speaking of making their way towards stacks, well, Complexity, number one at the moment. That's going to be Kimchi. He has to do some work to get his team back into this game. He's got both banners, but it's not been the perfect rotate for them. 2 already down.
Yeah, sadly, after a very impressive game previously, they are going to have to try and rescue something here, which there is a chance maybe they can get back up at Dome if Kimchi can get away here, because Dome isn't occupied anymore. We've already seen that Falcons move very quickly from Dome to get to that eastern side of Big Mord, so as long as Board don't beat Complexity to the race here, they should be able to get back up to a 3. Sadly, though, once Board see that dropship coming in, it's going to most likely end up being a push and a fight they have to take very quickly.
Well, LG are playing the truck. They've got the Watson as well in the composition. Good to see Watson back as well. I think a lot of people are starting to see the value of Watson as well, with a lot of the Bangalore ults that go down, a lot of the fuses with loads of grenades, knuckle clusters. It really does give you an opportunity to kind of negate some of the stronger things that a lot of the legends that are being picked in compositions do provide at the moment. And Kimchi does manage to get that res, but you can already see the problem, right? It's just not looking good for Complexity. They're getting chased down, and this was a race you were talking about. Board were trying to find them, and it looks like they have found them already.
Yeah, Monsoon out of the frying pan and into the fire, sadly. Board were waiting, more than happy. Well, that was a free gift from the heavens for them, and that's some extra KP. And now I do think Kimchi probably does get away, so Complexity can still go on their journey, and he can try to wrap for that once more. But yeah, it's a sad news for Complexity. I think when they started to leave that dropship, they got the realization it was not going to go well for them.
Yeah, I think unfortunately he's not going to get the opportunity.
Oh, it's a last stand.
Yeah, it's a last stand, and even though there's a frag grenade on the floor, he's not going to get the opportunity to even see those damage numbers pick up, because Complexity will be eliminated. Kimchi tried the rescue mission, but unfortunately Complexity will still drown. It's going to be 19 squads then. Our first squad eliminated as Complexity will fall. Little scan comes in from Board. They will be fine. TSM are their closest competitors at the moment, and they're all the way over in launch site.
Well, a little bit quicker to get our first team eliminated in match 3 rather than match 2. Not the 13-minute wait we had before, as everyone was kind of tentatively approaching one another and reluctant to take said fights. But this time, that was just too easy for Board as soon as they saw that dropship. Now, TSM might be their second fight they have to take, because TSM now are moving through Launchpad and might eventually do the same rotation, go towards Dome, and then try approach from the south. With a lot of these teams who are arriving late, there isn't any playable space. I know often we say, oh, there's not much playable space. There is no playable space kind of left around Big Mord, so you are going to have to take that space off of someone else.
Well, not most of the moment. Might have a little isolated fight on their hand. And Timmy, well, he's got the Sentinel. This time it's not charged up, but we've already seen what he can do with this gun. A little blind fire through the smoke, hoping to see some numbers pop up on his screen. Not going to happen this time. Has to avoid that Bangalore ult and just back up for a second. Also, he's taking quite a lot of damage, though, and that might encourage the team on the other side of this to have a little bit of a push. And it's SSG who are trying to make that push.
Well, SSG haven't been able to get going so far. Winning this team fight could be everything for them. They would then own the northern side and could maybe move through the geyser area and have an opportunity to force their way into zone. But it's Timmy with a Sentinel yet again, and we saw what happened last time. And Timmy's got the chance to do it again.
And most importantly here for not Moist, as a beautiful spray comes in from the Havoc from Walsey. That angle that was being held by Timmy allowed Walsey to get his heals away and get back up to full health to re-engage with this fight. And by re-engaging, he is doing so much damage for his team. Guild is going to swing on this one with the Volt. He gets the first knock onto Koi, and this is SSG not looking good. One player gets away for a few seconds, but SSG decimated, and it's 3 games in a row where SSG have barely got a point on the board.
Which, you know, is going to be annoying for them, but at the same time, their pick was in 18th position here today, so they knew all of the World's Edge POIs had already gone, so they were bound to have a difficult day when it comes to their POI positioning. But still, you'd expect more from them. They would expect more as well, but they'll have to now move over to Storm Point to try and find points to catch up with the rest of the lobby. Circle-wise, you may have seen it. We are heading down further towards Big Mord and Stacks. It is shifting a little bit further towards Stacks, so there is still a chance it could pull south, but it does look like somewhere in between is where we are going to head and end up. But most of those positions are taken, so you're going to get a few teams now that are going to take some of the fights in chokeholds, who are going to take some of the fights in the outskirts here just to try and find some KP.
Really are having a little bit of a throwback today in the ALGS, aren't we? We've seen Watson coming back in. We're seeing scouts in the hands of players. It's... What year is this? A very strange feeling for me, typically. I'm like, what's going on right now? But it is going to be... You can see KCP and NRG having a little engagement, and this is an opportunity to go and third party this for NGNL. So an opportunity if some knocks come in for them to find some KP, but NRG not going to be able to connect with those shots. And Nocturnal now looking to put that right. A little bit of a spray coming in. Gets the shield crack this time, but there is NGNL, and he has to back up. And luckily, he's got some double time to play with the Bangalore.
That's always frustrating when you're on the edge and you're chasing a team and you think it's going to be an isolated fight that you can potentially take and get some good armor, get some good loot, and maybe own that side. Suddenly, there's a third party, and suddenly there's another team. And you're like, for goodness sake, can we get a break here? Because now NRG are going to have their backs against the zone, and they're going to have to try and force their way in when they're going to have two squads looking at them, because obviously they've given their position away by taking those shots. This is not going to be fun for them whatsoever.
Well, House popping the double ult Excel to try and get that Bloodhound ultimate back as quickly as possible. Which usually gives you an indication that they want to take a fight, but Not Moist are not going to take any more fights in this lobby as they will be eliminated. Elevate will be the team who hold them out and manage to get those kills. So Not Moist winning game number 1, a good team fight win in game number 3 early on, but no more points to speak of in this game. Falcons being pressured a little bit here. And How taking a lot of damage. That is 2 HP. I won't say 1 HP, because that would be a lie to you all, viewers at home, and I'm not in the business of doing that to you. So 2 HP. Medkit now, 100.
The CEO playing it perfectly, right? He knew exactly how much health he is going to have.
Calculated.
All part of the plan. That was dicey.
Man once said.
Had he gone down there, that could have been very detrimental to Falcons, but luckily, just about escapes, and now Falcons can hold this southeast side, and the circle is going to continue pulling down the Stacks. I was worried that those teams who were committing to Stacks might have to force their way out, but it's going away from Big Mord now, so this is great news for those who had to take Stacks because of the lack of playable space that had already been taken by the other teams. The 8 squads that are currently in Big Mord, bad news for them.
Choice words, I imagine, will be said. Elsewhere, this is TSM versus Falcons. And it looks like Falcons are getting the upper hand. TSM will be eliminated, so Falcons make the push onto TSM in this truck and clear them out. CC also eliminated in the meantime. It always feels good against your ex-teammates to win that team fight.
It means now Falcons will hold the eastern side. They do have a building to work with, but depending on where this zone shifts, it's going to be a tough one for them if it does head a little bit further west, because there's about 5 teams that are ahead of them now. But I think the bigger question is, all these teams on the north over towards Big Mord and arriving from Geyser, where on earth do you go here? Because you could maybe try and play the eggshells just above Stacks, but there's a couple of solos who are ratting around that will play a part in that. You're also going to have a lot of eyes from the taller buildings in Stacks that are going to grief you from a distance as well. So there is going to be a experience. You've also got teams that will be arriving from the west. On the train tracks, you've got NGNL, who we saw a little bit earlier. They're going to be arriving late as well. A lot of teams that are get some damage here and pick up some kills.
Taking a little bit of damage himself. Hal down to 40. Making sure a little bit of space here for them to make sure that they're not that truck. The only problem is it turns out forcing him to burn even more heals.
Yeah, Tunnel being very annoying to Falcons at the moment, and I think sums up the first 3 games. A team that's been a thorn in their side and not allowed Falcons to play the game that they want. That's also one of the reasons why I love the POI draft, because you get different places who can be that annoyance that can really change how things are going to be in a lobby like this. Now, I mentioned these train tracks. They will be able to hold this position. Do they know NGNL? Yes, they do now. Most of them just north.
All goes down. It looks like SKD are thinking about just poking information. However, scanning is one thing. alive is another all together. And step out, managed to get out. Go down as they try and make their rotate ahead. LG taking a little bit of engagement as well over at Big Maud. LG members. Slayer looking at this scan that he's managed to get in.
Yeah, they want to try and find his NGNL members, and they will. Meanwhile, SKD, they've got out of dodge. They avoided it. They recognized it as a big threat on that northwest area, and now SKD will play the eggshells. Now the eggshells is important because it was one of the positions I was talking about earlier. If you are in Victoria, eggshells might be the first place you can really find cover.
Jeez.
So where do you go, right? If you try and go south, you're going to go into LG. If you try and go to the western side, you go into SKD and Elevate. So sometimes you can't go through it, you have to go over it. Maybe an evac tower to in stacks, but then you're going in blind, and then you're really trusting your gut feeling at that point. It's going to be rough.
I mean, this is going to be rough for everybody involved. Look at this end game. I mean, 3 buildings safe for quite some time. To pull out from those buildings in the open, so a really, really tough zone to try and win here. This is one legend that we aren't seeing compositions right now. LG are getting Die Nasty will clean them up. That's going to be most hated. And Die Nasty will be able to get the bottom floor of the building that's going to be safe right in the little corner for a little bit of time. SKD now under pressure.
I think it's going to be very similar for in stats because all these teams are on the northern side. They're going to be all sending to get into one of these buildings. SKD have to take the fight against Elevate though because they're arriving from this northwest. And at the moment they've got back up to a full 3. They've got back up to 4 and they will get this fight.
Oh, it's such a good swing as well. Look at the damage that's coming in as well. Everybody times it well. Even though National Club will go down, the knockdown will not be enough. SKD, he'll pick up some more points with those kills. Elsewhere, Falcons now, they're in a fight there as well against the Colonel. So the fight that's been ready to take place for quite some time finally does. And now they will control this side of the zone.
Falcons ripped at that to one side. It was more like a splinter for the Falcons at that point. It's really annoying, but when you eventually get it out, boy, does it feel good. You have to consider how on earth they get into stacks here, because there's Yup, who will be watching them, Empire Gaming and Most Hated all from the building they find themselves in. So it's going to be a really intriguing rotation for Falcons. The same could be said for SKD from their northwestern side. They're going to have a difficult journey too.
Of it will be safe. You can see a lot of players understandably stacked up on the construction right now. Other teams as well, as you'll see the respawn coming now for drop. So SKD will be back up to a full 3, which is a much better opportunity to fight your way in. However, 2 teams look at them, both Yup and Weave. So when they leave Dome and even dropped leaves the dropship, questioning will he be able to land with even some shields. He manages to navigate that pretty well. Also, he finds himself a little loot box to play with.
Yeah, well, but instead, let's go to a skid mark listening. So that allows me to say that name. Let's see how they do.
Okay. Outside right. We
yes, outside right.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna get a scan on their door. Get a scan on apartment, please, whenever you're ready.
Scanning. No scan for 20.
No one's on bottom. No one is on bottom. Okay. You guys ready?
Second floor, maybe,
yep. Yep, look at second. We gotta just fucking send it. Slide.
Safe.
Play to me,
I got nuke. I'm batting here.
You're good.
Watch the fucking, watch that ship.
Whole team could peek.
Wait, this is good on me. Come here.
There is a tunnel team. Yes, play the right side on us.
I have one 15%.
Give me shields. Give me a bat.
I only have one bat. I only
have one.
Yeah, I'm good on shields here. Take those.
I have no meds as well. Got syringe shots.
Wait, no one is in this fucking building, I don't think, bro.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll wait for next. I'll wait for next.
I have one 3%. Stay healthy.
Yeah, they can peek you out the window. Don't peek out.
I have wall. We need to get a scan. What's your scan at?
8.
Okay.
You want me to scan this?
Yes, scan that building, yes. I think we smoke to the staircase and you wall us.
We should wait till zone, you think? It could
no, scan the fucking building. There is no one there. Ready? We ready?
Yeah.
You ready? Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, come to me.
Catwalk.
I walled.
Sometimes you just need to be told what to do, and Dropped is showing what you have to do sometimes as an IGL. They recognize no one is in this building whatsoever, but crossing to it is a different thing altogether, and Dropped for the second time in just a few moments will go down.
And you mentioned it earlier, such a difficult circle to play. I don't think we've seen it for quite a while. I think it probably was the Gibraltar meta when we last saw a circle like this, when Snipedown came out of the dropship with his heirloom and beat someone down for the final kill. But SKD will get back up to at least a 2, and they will survive for now. But this is going to be mental. It's called stacks for a reason, right? It allows for a lot of teams to play on top of one another. And we have, what, 9 squads still remain at this point, at this stage of the game? Going into the 11 squads going into this final circle, excuse me. Mark, I hope you as a play-by-play are ready, because this kill feed is going to be nuts.
Let me take a deep breath. Okay, I'm ready. Falcon's got to be careful here. A few shots coming in from above. A lot of teams obviously aware of their positions. You've got to remember, most teams in this lobby, pretty much all the teams in this lobby, will be running the Bloodhound to give them the information, but this is a really tough spot to rotate from. They're hoping some fights will break out above them, but everybody is kind of looking down instead of at each other. No lines of sight that are available for the teams who are on top of each other, on each other. It's just a case of surviving for now. Falcons have to wrap their way around the front of this building, but you've got Most Hated who are waiting for them as well on the other side. Yup and Weave still there as well. As Falcons find a little corner to play, and look at this corner, Dan.
I like this corner.
Now you're going to see some shots come in. Pioneers will be eliminated in the meantime, and Falcons have to retreat back to the edge of this zone.
If you can play on the low ground here, you do have a chance of winning this game. Both Most Hated and Falcons are in a good spot, but now they might have to fight against each other, as it is mayhem. It's pandemonium at this point. Everyone's starting to get involved in this fight.
Well, Jim Burton's the last alive here. He's going to have to try and clutch for his team. It's good damage. It's hip fire damage. But the team dropping down from the high ground. He's just trying to secure KP for his team. Empire gone. Falcons gone as well. We're down to 7.
Blind pick. I'm going for Most Hated. It's difficult to predict, but they are in a good spot right now as we're down to 6 squads, as you mentioned. There are 4 teams on the southern side, all in this building, though. Fluffy Aimers have the height. Board go down. 5 teams now left.
We've also gone as well. Fluffy Aimers, like you say, they do have the height, but they will have to drop. And when they drop, they will be stunned. Oxygen Esports eliminated in the meantime. SKD go down, managing to get into that top 4, as now we are left with 3. NRG are going to be one of those teams. Most Hated and the Fluffy Aimers up on top. Surely this is Fluffy Aimers just going to wait for the damage to be done.
The Fluffy Aimers, how fluffy will their aim be is the real question, as they arrive to the party just the right time. 1, 2, 3, as easy as ABC. Fluffy Aimers get the job done, and they find the victory as they arrive last to the party.
Just waited for the zone to close, waiting for the 2 teams to move into each other. By the way, that end zone is, I would say, unrelenting when it comes to being able to play it. A very, very tough end zone to really be engaging with. Very difficult for all the teams in the surrounding areas to get access to. So that's one maybe that the teams will think, hey, we don't want to see that one again. But for us, very entertaining as viewers to see. And it's going to be the Fluffy Aimers who have the best aims when it comes to the end of that game.
I wonder if that's a record in most recent times of teams alive in the final circle. 11 squads. North America is certainly showing that this region is so difficult to tear apart at the moment, to try and find anyone to really be ahead of the game, certainly in this lobby, because everyone's so closely contested and no one taking these early fights. Everyone respecting one another right now. And I think that is the story of A and B. So many good teams that you don't really want to push a fight because you don't know who could be around that corner.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting game, and it was a real test of the IGLs in that one as well, because I'm not sure that anyone was really 100% confident in where it was going. We thought it was going Maud. A lot of teams obviously thought it was going Maud from their early positioning as well, and then the pull back to stacks, and then the pull into the pit just outside of the construction building is something I haven't seen for quite some time, I have to say, and that's including scrims, that's including a lot of games played. So a little bit of a surprise for many, many people, but it's Fluffy Aimers on top of that construction building who do get the win in the end. But I think that's one of the craziest end games I've seen for where we actually finished that game.
Yeah, and it could have gone a different way. One of the teams on the low ground could have potentially won it had there been a moment of respite, but sadly there was no real opportunity to reset for any of these teams because of the amount of squads in the final circle. If it was like a similar final circle but only 3 teams, for example, maybe the team on the high ground suddenly doesn't get the opportunity to drop for free because more people can look up towards it. But because everyone's focus down low was on one another to try and find kills, it just allowed such an easy game at the end for the Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, very, very simple for them to just clean up the final pieces, essentially. Sometimes when we see the team on height, we're waiting for what happens below. You're expecting one team to be able to survive, like you say, and wait for them to drop and be able to get that initial damage. But so much damage was done. It was such an easy job for them to clean up. And with the 10 kills alongside the 12 placement points, it will be 22 points going to the Fluffy Aimers. NRG securing second as well with 8 KP alongside it. So 17 points overall. Most hated again up there with 9 kills and 7 placement points. I mean, 16 more points for them. They're having a great day.
Team Falcons did pick up 8 kills, which gets them 10 points on the board. Nothing to be sniffed at, especially with the difficult journey they had to make from the east after they were getting kind of annoyed and griefed by a team that was just a little bit ahead of them. As we go to the bottom half of the leaderboard, though, there's a few teams that really did struggle. We did see a couple of early exits this time. Both Complexity and SSG fell. It wasn't the same as match 2, where we had to wait a long time for fights to happen or teams to be eliminated. Not Moist, they did win that team fight against SSG. They got 3 points on the board, but sadly, because they arrived so late, there was already a team to hold them out and get them at the choke point.
I mean, that was a very different stacks ending than what we saw out of EMEA, and wildly exciting. And gotta give a shout out here to Fluffy Aimers as well, because last time these two groups saw each other, I think they were in 17th when it was all 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 17th when it was all
amped to watch some gameplay and then hop into the action tomorrow myself. So
all right, well, obviously us casters were talking about it at the top of show today, so want to get your opinion, a little bit of insight on the recent roster change.
Like my current roster change? Yeah, so I was actually just in Chicago this past weekend, and Native was having some issues. McLovin wanted to find another team that was going to fit his style a little more, and then I got hit up by just the Native owners who I'm pretty close with, and they needed to find someone to fill that spot with McLovin because the roster lock was coming up quickly. And honestly, like I didn't know if I was going to play this split. I had a couple options, and it kind of was debating whether or not I wanted to. And Cole's been a heavy zone IGL for a while now, or RKN if you don't know him as Cole. But